Okay, I'd like to welcome everyone to our meeting of the Independent Science Board. And we'll first go around the room and give declarations, but I wanted to point out that we have all 10 members of the board here, and I think that's the first time we've had 10 members actually physically located together since May of 2017. So glad everyone came here. So we'll go around the room and introduce ourselves and gives our declarations of any additional conflicts of interest. Steve Brandt, no new conflicts. We'll go to Liz.
Liz Canuel, no new conflicts.
Jay Lund, one potential new conflict. I just signed the PI. Oh, there we go. Thank you. Jay Lund, one potential new conflict. As a PI at the university, I had signed as a PI for a contract with the State Water Resources Control Board to help them with some technical aspects of implementing their new environmental flows proposals for the Delta and the tributaries.
Richard Norgard, no changes.
Vincent Resch, no changes.
Tom Holzer, no changes.
Joe Fernando, no changes.
And Tracy Collier, no changes.
John Weens, nothing new here.
Okay, well, thank you. I'll go down to the chair's report. And first thing I wanted to report about was our Sea Grant Fellows Matching Workshop, which was October 30 and 31st, where it's an opportunity to evaluate I think the 27 applicants we had for Sea Grant Fellows and find out which ones worked best for the council and for us, and then did a matching after that to try and find the best candidate. We have a good match with Madison Thomas, who's just finished her graduate studies at CSU Long Beach, where she looked at restoration trajectory of the South San Diego salt ponds. She's going to start on February 4th. And Kat will continue her fellowship through, I think, March 12th, so there will be a time for brief overlap between the two fellows, which will be advantageous for us. I think our fellow will probably be working a lot. Madison will probably be working a lot, continuing some of the stuff that Kat started on the monitoring enterprise, as well as probably on the ecosystem evaluation. But if there's other things that we want the fellow to do, board members, please just let us know, and we can try and make sure she's kept busy. The second item is just to update folks on, if you recall back at the IEP workshop, Joy and Michelle Stevens gave a presentation on incorporating Western and traditional ecological knowledge into restoration. They've published their work in the San Francisco Estuary and Watershed Science, and on the back table you actually have a copy of her print, and it's on Western and traditional ecological knowledge and ecocultural restoration, and that was published in just October, so congratulations on that, Joy. The next item is that the chair and the past chairs, Dick and Tracy and Jay, been invited to provide input and feedback to the council to inform their 5-year review of the Delta Plan in January 2019. So we'll be involved in that process. I want to remind anyone who in the public, if they want to make a public comment, we have blue slips, I think, out front, I guess, here to pick them up, and you'll be called up to the front, and please make sure to state your name and affiliation for the record when you give your public comment. Our agenda is the morning's agenda is largely to get updates from the council, from the Delta lead scientist, and we will consider a specific action item on our adopting our review of the updated Delta Science Plan. And then after a short break, we will have updates from each of our ongoing reviews. And then this afternoon all afternoon is scheduled for a panel on non-native species, which we'll have more information about as we introduce that topic this afternoon. So the Moving on to number 3, and this is a report from the council chair, Randy Fiorini, as well as Amanda Bowl, who's the Dpic coordinator.
Well, good morning, and welcome to all 10 of you. That's, perfect attendance is a good thing, and one of the things I'm proud about my service at the council is I've never missed a council meeting in the 9 years that I've been serving. So it says two things. One, I have a high degree of commitment, and number two, I don't have much of a life outside of the work that I do here. Amanda and I are happy to provide you an update. I'll begin providing you with just a brief timeline review of the ecosystem chapter amendment that we've been working on, and the work as it relates to your review someday. Amanda will provide you a review of the outcomes of the Dpic meeting that occurred in November, and then I wanted to talk just a little bit about the science funding initiative that we've been working on, and that you all have a copy of the current draft. It's I think in about its third draft stage. So in terms of the ecosystem amendment update, the council will receive the written draft at the February meeting, and that will begin an opportunity for the public to comment and review. I believe that we'll be in a position to bring the draft to you for your review in March. And during the February-March period, we'll be holding workshops to provide more input. So we have been spending a lot of time building this from the bottom up, and now we've to the point where there will be a draft to review. We'll be moving beyond the conceptual stage. So any questions regarding the March target to bring it to you? All right, then I'll ask Amanda to review the Dpic meeting.
Good morning. As Randy mentioned, the 10th Dpic meeting was held on November 5th, just last month, and the two primary outcomes out of this meeting was first the endorsement and concept of the updated Delta Science Plan. Amy Henneberry, who will be up here very shortly, provided an overview to the Dpic members of the primary changes through the updated process, and kind of what the process is now moving forward for the next couple of months. Let them all know.
We're having trouble.
Okay. Yes.
Switch over. I apologize.
Thank you. Okay. That's much better. Okay. So the committee knows that the science program is still waiting to incorporate your comments into the science updated science plan, but they were very enthusiastic about the updated plan and went ahead and endorsed it in concept. We are still working with our member agencies to get them to also agree to sign kind of what we're calling the preamble to the science plan, but we've had good response to that request as well, and are continuing to work with them to add logos to that kind of that front page at the beginning of the science plan. So a little bit more work to do there, but I think we're optimistic that that's going to happen. And then the other kind of big outcome from the meeting was the creation of a work group to focus on Nutria. At past Dpic meetings, we have had updates on aquatic weeds, but had never actually talked about Nutria, and it was really kind of brought to our attention just by everything happening right now and the efforts that CDFW and CDFA and others are, Department of Boating and Waterways, are devoting to the Nutria issue. And so the Dpic committee agreed to form an interagency kind of higher level committee to try and elevate the issue and to try and identify ways that we can direct more resources to the Nutria issue. So are forming the work group right now. Our first step in this process, though, is to really identify what the needs are, to really kind of figure out, how many more pairs of boots on the ground do we need to really address this issue effectively, and what does that mean in terms of the amount of money that we need to make that happen. So we're working with Department of Fish and Wildlife, which is really kind of the lead agency on this effort to identify what that is, and then from there we'll start working with the work group to identify how we get more resources to the issue.
Can I ask a question on
Yeah,
that?
please.
So the work group, is it designed to try and find ways to eradicate nutria, or is it broader than that to look at impacts and incorporate science, or is there a whole comprehensive look at the issue?
I think this particular work group, because it's kind of higher level and kind of the decision makers, it's really going to be looking at how do we eradicate it? How do we get the resources that we need to actually eradicate it? And from what we're hearing from Fish and Wildlife is that we just don't have enough resources yet. They've done some projections about how, and Martha will probably speak to this afternoon, Martha Volkov, about the number of nutria that they think are in the system, but they don't have enough resources to actually go out there and really find them all and to then actually go and eradicate them. So I think our focus with this particular work group is to identify what resources are actually needed and then find the resources so that Fish and Wildlife and CDFA and others can actually get people on the ground, get staff on the ground doing the work for eradication.
Any other questions, Jay?
Well, this sounds like good news. This system is going to have a perennial problem with invasives, and maybe Nutria is a good opportunity to better organize the set of agencies around all of these invasive species, because this ain't going to be the last one. And this should almost be routine now, right? We need to sort of routinize the effective treatment of invasives. Is there some thinking at the Dpic level of using this as an opportunity to more comprehensively address the general issues of invasives?
I think there is now. Yes, I think that's a great suggestion. I mean, I think we need to look beyond kind of what is our current crisis needs, but what can we do to develop some good practices moving forward? So I think that's a great suggestion for the work group something the work group should also be focusing on. Yeah.
If I could piggyback on that, I think Dpic has been at its best when we've identified a pretty narrowly focused issue that a work group can respond to. So this work group related to Nutria recognizes this is a significant threat to the integrity of the levees in the Delta that, if not held in check or not eradicated, could create a big disaster. So we've been able, because of that, to push through the sole agency that had responsibilities. They have been very willing to open up and accept help. This elevates the issue to the highest level of all of the agencies that have and should have a role in this. And it can serve as a model to try and create a global invasives approach. I don't think we're there yet. The Dpic hasn't matured, but we're really good at creating strike teams, and that's what this is, and hopefully it'll serve as a model. And once we get the nutria eradicated, maybe we can shift the focus to something else. I'll tell you this, if I was a muskrat or a beaver, I'd be really nervous if I lived in the Delta right now. As one of the challenges that they have is accurately identifying what is a nutria. So there's a lot of work to do. I think John has something he wants to say.
Yeah, this may not be the appropriate context in which to raise this issue or ask this question, but one of the things that's really developing quite rapidly is the use of genetic technologies, CRISPR, Cas9 technologies, to potentially eradicate all sorts of things. They're talking about eradicating mosquitoes in Hawaii using this, and using the genetic engineering and gene drives to get rid of things. Do you know whether there's been any discussion of that with reference to the Nutria problem?
I have not heard that. That'd probably be a really great question this afternoon from Martha Volkov. She would probably be the best person to answer that, but I've not heard about it in terms of our current efforts. Yeah.
Oh, one of the things, if you look at eradication programs, whether it be in environment or public health, everybody points to smallpox, and that's about it. River blindness in West Africa is basically controlled, so it's no longer a public health threat. I mean, do you have a fallback position beyond eradication that you're looking at? Because certainly the gene drives that John's mentioning, I mean, they're so controversial, and the current feeling is unless you can reverse them, that they're not being allowed to be used. So do you have a fallback position if you can eradicate?
Again, I think this is a great question for Martha this afternoon, but I think right now that the plan really is the focus is eradication. I don't think they want to get to that point yet, but I imagine, I would think it'd probably be in the back of their heads, but I think right now the focus has been on just eradication. They don't want to get into a situation like in Louisiana where they're living with it.
I can add. So in the U.S., Nutria was eradicated from Chesapeake Bay, and so they were actually successful. In Louisiana, it's too widespread, and so they have a control program. But I think the preference here, given how early in the stage of the infestation is, it's the goal for sure immediately is eradication. But if that doesn't happen, I'm sure there will be a fallback towards some sort of control program. In Louisiana, they spend, I think, $2 million a year capturing and paying for. I think they pay $8 a tail. So. That's,
local eradications have worked, just look at the lakes that they've had invasive species, but on a large scale of the size of the Delta, especially if you consider upstream areas, it's going to be really an incredible task.
Yeah. The population right now is still relatively small, I would think. I mean, they've caught, Martha will update us, but I think just over 300 so far. And so I think if a significant effort is taken now, I think there is an opportunity to eradicate it.
Okay, the next item is an update on the Science Funding Initiative. I'll remind you that this initiative began with a panel that occurred at the Estuary Conference a year ago in October. And there were 5 or 6 of us, including Dr. John Callaway, who were addressing science needs in the Delta, and the issue was, how do we fund this adequately? And there were ideas expressed by some of the panelists that led me to believe that this is an issue that needs more attention than just a panel presentation. So we formed a committee of about a half a dozen people in November, December of last year. That has grown to a group of about 20. And it's a cross-section of Delta interests, including stakeholders, NGO representatives, state and federal agencies, as well as our own Stewardship Council involvement. And what you have before you today is about the third version of a draft. My sense is that we're getting real close to having a product that will be ready to take to the council for review and discussion and ultimately endorsement by March, to go then to the Dpic at the April meeting and ask them to endorse it and to support it with a work group that can develop an implementation plan by November or by the fall Dpic meeting of next year, and then begin implementing the recommendations that the implementation group comes up with. So we're about a year away, I think, from actions in response to the kinds of things that this report has identified. As you can see, we've borrowed from the water quality report the format of findings and recommendations. I really like that format. You'll hear me say that again. As a policymaker, it really helps to clarify, what's the issue and what do we need to do. So We're not asking for a formal review, but we would appreciate any comments that you might have. I think one of the things we're looking for at this stage of the draft is how to sharpen the focus of the recommendations. And of course, if we've missed something, that's good to know as well. Any questions on the Science Funding Initiative?
So Randy, we're being asked to provide just individual comments.
Yeah.
And back to Amanda.
Yeah, if you wish, and Amanda will be the point person.
Okay,
Yes.
sure, thanks.
Yeah, thank you for that. Okay. Then I think I'll roll into my reflections portion of this.
Before you start that, just to set that in context for folks, is that this is Randy's last meeting with the board as the council chair, and I want to just thank him for all the help he's given our board. It's been so easy and productive to work with Randy throughout at least my time here, and I know the board really appreciates the support and collaboration we've been able to do under your leadership. So we invited Randy to come here and give some aspirational words of wisdom and reflect on his last couple of years as the chair. So thanks, Randy.
And that's the reason all 10 of us are here.
Well, in that case, more pressure. The overall objective of the Delta Independent Science Board oversight is to help make the science underlying Bay Delta programs, the application of that science, and the technical aspects of those programs the best that they can be. And I want to acknowledge that you all have done a really good job and continue to do a good job in meeting that objective. As many of you know, I've served on the council since its inception in March of 2010. During my first 4 years, I had the privilege of serving as the vice chair, supporting our chair, Phil Eisenberg. Phil is someone that every member of the Independent Science Board respects and enjoyed working with. I share those feelings of admiration and respect, and especially appreciate Phil's support for me as the council member who succeeded him as chair, a position I have now held for almost 5 years. A full-time position that will be ending soon. But not like Willie Nelson says, roll me up and smoke me when I die. It's not that kind of ending soon. During my tenure here, I have had a front row seat as we've implemented the historic Delta Reform Act by developing the Delta Plan, the Delta Science Plan, and creating the Delta Plan Interagency Implementation Committee. I've had the good fortune to work with many talented and dedicated leaders who have served on the council, on our staff, stakeholders, and from many leaders from many state and federal agencies. It's especially been a privilege to get to work with each of you and the 3 lead scientists that I have had the privilege of working with almost every day during my tenure. Since this will be the last time I have an opportunity to address you as the Delta Stewardship Council Chair, I wanted to share with you some of my observations reflecting on nearly 9 years of working with the Delta Independent Science Board. The Delta Stewardship Council has been recognized for many achievements. One of the awards received was for our website. So I employed the website recently to review the Delta Independent Science Board pages that exist, just to remind me of all of the work that has occurred over the last 9 years. The list is impressive, and you should all be proud of the important role you have played providing oversight and science support, not just for the council, but for decision makers throughout the Bay Delta system. I'm not sure if you were aware that I was responsible for the very first request that you received from the council. At the end of 2010, and in support of developing the Delta Plan, I thought it would be useful to have you all provide a list of stressors in the Delta that we should be concerned with and ask you to prioritize them in the order that they should be addressed. I convinced my colleagues to submit that request. Dick's smiling because he knows where this is going. I knew I was in for an education about science when you ultimately fulfilled the request after conducting public meetings with a very thoughtful and well-researched report in January of 2011 entitled Addressing Multiple Stressors and Multiple Goals in the Delta Plan. It was a well-researched and useful report that organized the stressors and drivers of change into 4 categories. But you made my job harder because you refused to prioritize the list. I would eventually understand that there were good reasons why a prioritized list of stressors was a one-dimensional request for a multi-dimensional problem. Additionally, I would understand that independent science means that you decide how to deliver the science. And secondly, the work that I had before me was not going to be easy. I'm not going to go through this, but I highlighted on the 10 pages of report titles that you all have created. It's incredible, the amount of work that you have put forward. I respect every one of you and appreciate your willingness to devote the countless hours you provide as members of this independent science board. The support you provide is critical. I appreciate the way you often challenge decision makers like myself to improve cooperation across agency boundaries, to be bolder, and to recognize whatever actions we take must be monitored, evaluated, and adaptively managed. There's a few quotes from your work and from some of you that have made a lasting impression upon me, such as, correlation does not necessarily equal causation. For somebody like myself that's spring-loaded to fix things, that's a reminder that we're dealing with a complex set of circumstances and solutions don't come easily. A science-based adaptive management program is essential. It's the paradigm shift that we have all gone through in the last 10 years, and we must remind ourselves that it's a grand experiment, and that whatever we try, some things will work, some things won't, so we have to be vigilant about adaptively managing. Here's a favorite quote from one of you. In conservation or management situations that entail considerable uncertainty, as most do if we're honest about it, I suggest that actions might best be based on knowledge that is good enough to avoid doing something stupid, rather than pouring more time, effort, and money into achieving a greater degree of certainty. John, does that sound familiar? It's a good reminder. Because of your work, I've gained an understanding that social science matters. In your recent letter to the organizers of the Bay Delta Science Conference, you wrote, "This year's conference surpassed its predecessors by better integrating social science presentations in the program." This has been a very important lesson for me to understand that I may have the facts. You may provide facts that as a policymaker I can utilize, but if I'm talking to somebody whose emotional constraints are here and the facts are outside, I've got to figure out another way besides just presenting facts. I've got to be able to create a story that involves them and causes them to consider other things. So it's been helpful, and it's a lesson that I'm working on learning better and better. A couple of features in recent reports that I find helpful and I think make your work more easily understood and applicable. And I mentioned this earlier. The format you employed in the Water Quality Science Report utilizing findings and recommendations, I want to encourage you to adopt that format as often as you can. It really helps to clarify what actions should be taken. And secondly, and I know you already know how important this is, the summary sheets that you decided to create and have created many so far. Those are going to add utility and legacy to the great work of the white papers that you have produced. Finally, from the flow and fishes summary sheet, I agree with and think one of the points included in that best describes the greatest challenges to implementing improvements in the Delta. You wrote, decision-making on water flows and fishery management are made by several different agencies that have different priorities and mandates. That's a pretty simple statement, but the complexity that represents, I think, is at the heart of why things are so difficult to accomplish in the Delta. We don't have a common vision across agency lines. We have understandings of responsibilities, but as you've pointed out, agencies have different priorities and mandates. And I think we're making headway towards creating a common vision, a common understanding, but there are legislative changes, there are regulatory changes, there are a number of underlying key components that need to be reviewed and to help bring into alignment, creating a common vision that will help us all work together better. Through the work that I've experienced with the key Delta agencies at Dpic, I've observed that science can serve as the common thread when woven into the work each agency is responsible for and can help unify around a common vision. Science that can lead to greater appreciation, understanding, trust, cooperation, collaboration, and ultimately success. So I want to thank you all for the work and support you provide. I want to affirm that what you do is critical, and I wish you continued success as we all strive to fulfill the goal of One Delta, One Science to further the co-equal goals. So, thank you.
Well, thanks, Randy, for the very thoughtful comments, and I know you'll still be around as vice chair, so we will still have an opportunity to work with you. Any board members have any comments or questions? Yes, Tom?
Yeah, Randy, I particularly want to thank you for those reflections, because one of the real challenges we have as scientists is communicating, and we don't have much sociology in us, so your description of what helps you make decisions was extremely helpful, I think, and will help us greatly going forward. So that just those comments alone were a nice contribution.
Oh, thank you. Steve's right. Yeah, I will be around, but as I've told others as I'm on my farewell tour, if you show half the respect and appreciation to Susan Tatayan that you have expressed to me, she will be a very blessed leader. So, and she comes from an engineering background, so you're going to find her to be a very effective leader. So, best wishes.
So Randy, I'll just say that there's a lot of words that we all could say about working with you. I will just sum it up by saying it has truly been a pleasure to get to know you and to work with you. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Tracy. Yeah, likewise.
Okay, thanks, Randy.
Okay.
Okay, we'll move on to the next item, and that is lead scientist report. John?
Great. Thank you, Steve, and good morning. So I have two items that I wanted to update you on upcoming events that actually relate exactly to what topics that Randy just mentioned. So first, we have an adaptive management forum that has been in the works for a long time. Darcy Austin is here, and Darcy had been helping the science program for many years think about what we want to get out of an adaptive management forum and how we could make it effective. So the first adaptive management forum will take place February 5th and 6th. It was something that was called for in the 2016 science plan. It was something that was recommended, I think, in your review as a critical way to improve adaptive management. And so the goal of this forum is to really bring together the lessons so far from adaptive management and provide an opportunity for presentations and discussions around implementing adaptive management, around monitoring issues. And so we will, the The agenda is almost finalized for that, and as that's completed, we'll make that available to you so that you can see what is on target for that adaptive management forum. And the audience for that is practitioners throughout the Delta. Actually, we're also going to advertise it within the Bay and elsewhere so that we can try to really help to promote the awareness and understanding of adaptive management. And the second event that is coming up is the Social Science Task Force. So that similarly, you heard Randy talk about, and you have all highlighted the importance of social science issues, and we had some good presentations on social science at the conference just a few months ago. But so as a part of that, the science program is putting together a social science task force. The task force members have been identified. Jim Sankirico from UC Davis is leading that. And their first meeting will be January 29th at UC Davis. They'll have a one-day public meeting and then an internal working meeting following that. And the goal of the Social Science Task Force is to develop a strategy for promoting and improving the efforts towards social science within the Delta, and then thinking about if we can get some critical mass and critical momentum moving on social science research, then how can we use that and integrate that into the existing natural science work that's going on, and then obviously into the management decisions that are taking place here within the Delta. So again, that agenda is just about to be finalized, and I'll send that around and send around the Social Science Task Force membership as well. We're about to put up a web page for the task force just in the next couple weeks. So any questions on either of those topics? John?
Yeah, this has to do with sort of follow-up kinds of things. When we put together the adaptive management review, we had a series of recommendations in there. They weren't necessarily bullet points, but there were recommendations. And I'm wondering to what degree there is any consideration of those recommendations built into this adaptive management forum, or whether it's like most reports that you make recommendations and they just sit there and gather dust.
No, I'd say your report definitely is being thought about and incorporated even too. So I think all of you are aware of the IAMIT, the Interagency Adaptive Management Team, implementation team, and they also use your report, refer to it frequently.
Yeah, I mean, and basically my understanding is this forum, this workshop, is the direct result of one of our primary recommendations,
Yes.
which was you need to get this group of people together and talk about how to really effectively enhance adaptive management in the Delta.
Yes, definitely. Any other questions? Okay, so other items to note, the National Conference on Ecosystem Restoration that a number of the staff participated in, presentations from that are now available online. So if you have lots of time and you want to watch some of them, I encourage you to watch them. Unfortunately, Edmund's session where he gave a presentation including a lot of the ISB's work, the audio visuals were not working, I think. So Edmund's was not recorded, but we can send around Edmund's slides so that you can see, and I'm sure Edmund would be more than happy to talk with you about his presentation, which was really all about how using independent review as a way to facilitate management decisions. Okay, and then I just want to briefly mention a recent, or two recent papers that came out in SFUS, the SFUS Journal about salt marsh harvest mouse recovery. And that is, it was a review and then a identification of research priorities for salt marsh harvest mouse recovery. And I presented some of the findings from this to the council last month. I think it's of interest because often when we're thinking about the Delta issues, we really are focusing on fish. And there's definitely a need to also think about the marsh resident species. And salt marsh harvest mouse, although it doesn't occur in the Delta, is a critical species and a protected species in the Bay and Sassoon. And actually, the population in Sassoon, as people have done more research over the last decade or so, people have realized it's a very significant population in Sassoon and an area where there's real opportunities for restoration and management, because Sassoon is one of the few areas where there's transitional uplands or as sea level rises, there'll be opportunities for habitat to migrate and for the salt marsh harvest mouse to migrate. And so this paper identifies some of those key issues, climate change issues, other impacts to the harvest mouse in terms of contaminants and better understandings of population and genetic issues. So it's a good overall summary of sort of the current understanding of harvest mouse within the Bay and Delta, or Bay and Sassoon. Any questions?
You're going to send the link out?
Yes, we will send the link, and I think did you make is there a copy in the?
No, a copy is not available, but the
Okay.
link's already posted on the meeting webpage for
Okay, so yeah,
this one.
I'll put together all the things that I've mentioned, but it's publicly available, it's views, and we'll send it out. Okay, so then the last thing is, Kat is going to give us an overview of some of the work that she's been doing, working on her project with IEP. So you can take it away, Kat.
Thanks, John. So for my independent project, I had an interest in working on something related to synthesis based on things I had heard during my fellowship about the council and the science program wanting to increase synthesis efforts, and IEP talking about all the data they had and hoping that people would do something with it. So I kind of landed on helping out with a climate change synthesis that was proposed for the 2019 IEP work plan. It's being led by Louise Conrad at the Department of Water Resources, who recently did a brown bag seminar with the Delta Science program on synthesis. And we're currently in the very early phases since it's proposed for 2019. But with my help and a little bit of extra time on my part, I was able to help them jumpstart it a little bit before they were planning to work on it. So right now there's a team of about 4 of us. Most of them are at the Department of Water Resources. And we're starting to work on the data aspect of it. We're focusing on water temperature right now for the synthesis. But there's a plan to form a project work team in the IEP structure that's focused on climate change, that'll look at some of the existing models and their strengths and weaknesses. It will look at some of the critical questions for the Delta and also potentially look into developing climate change metrics for the San Francisco estuary and compare them to try and use the metrics to compare to other systems. So then for our team, we are looking at, as I said, the water temperature data in the Bay Delta system. Some of the questions we're hoping to answer eventually are we already observing trends in temperature, and where is this happening? Is there spatial variability in water temperature, and are there potential thermorefugia for species of interest? This could be really important for helping inform locations for restoration and just for informing restoration in general. We're also looking at where are conditions limiting to species of interest. And then on the data side of things, are there certain habitats or areas that are undersampled in terms of collecting high-frequency water temperature data? So there is a lot of data out there, but the Delta and the Bay are very large. So there are some areas that might be important to look at that aren't being sampled. So those are some of the questions we're hoping to answer. And for my part, I'm just helping them get the data. We are looking at stations that have high frequency temperature data. And what we found is that there are a lot of different agencies collecting information, and the data ranges from like the 1980s to now. There may be some places that have been sampling earlier as well. We're focusing specifically for the first stage on CDEC data. It's a website hosted by DWR that has a lot of raw temperature data, and it's an easy way to just collect a bunch of information at once and try and bring it into one data set so we can begin to look at trends. So some of the things I'm doing is trying to get it all together, download it all, put it together, get it all standardized, and then look into different outlier detection methods. So this is kind of my first shot at learning a lot about QA/QC and how complicated that is and how different all of the data are. It's a lot more time consuming than we expected. We were really excited to just start analyzing, but there are a lot of questions associated with the data that we have to answer before we know whether or not we can use it. And so some of them are seeking information from station managers about the frequency of sampling and the sensor information and how things have changed over time, what the uncertainty is around the data, since we're going to be looking at very small temperature differences for thermorefugia. So these are just some of the questions we're dealing with and that we're working on right now. So for our next steps, I've processed a lot of the data and I've gotten it together and working on outlier detection methods. I'm looking into comparing different methods to see what's most suitable without deleting too much of the information. Eventually, we're going to add other stations that aren't on the CDEC site. And then the goal is to create a clean data set and have reproducible and accessible code that we're going to put on the IUP GitHub site and put the data in the Environmental Data Initiative EDI, which is a data repository. And after that, we can start conducting the analyses to answer some of those questions that I talked about. So that's what I'm working on. Vince?
Thanks, Kat. That sounds very, very interesting. Is there any chance that you would be willing to put together a write-up of the transition to metadata in terms of the issues around QA/QC, the documentation of sampling methods? Because I think that would be very, very useful for us with our IEP report to take one sample data set and just see what the difficulties and the level of consistency there is in making this transfer from raw data that IEP collects to data that presumably can be useful in a synthesis. And I can talk to you more about what I would hope we'd be able to get.
Sure, yeah.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Liz?
Yeah, I was going to say something similar, but I guess one thing I was going to ask you is not only to maybe use this as a learning opportunity and to document what's involved in sort of tracking data over time. But I was also going to ask you whether you plan to annotate the files as you go forward with the QA/QC process and the development of the metadata for this data set.
We haven't worked too much with that yet. I am doing the code in our Markdown, which allows you to comment a lot about what you're doing. So if somebody wanted to redo all of this, they would kind of know all the steps and what we're thinking at each stage. As for the data itself, I think when we get to the stage where we're actually trying to publish the data, we'll definitely have a lot of metadata to go along with that. Right now, there's just a lot of the individual files and different stages of processing those. But yeah, I think it would be useful to think more about that. And we have somebody advising us a little bit in the QA/QC department at TWR who could talk to further about that. And if you have ideas about how to do that,
right?
Happy to.
I just think that it is a valuable learning opportunity, and I would like to see one of the outcomes of this effort be documentation of that process so that someone else doesn't have to repeat it in the future, and so that those procedures could maybe be a model for others who want to use long-term data sets.
Yeah, that's definitely a plan, since we're going through learning a lot of new things. We're hoping to pass that on to others.
Thank you.
Joe?
Kat, what is the frequency? You said high frequency data. What's the frequency of this data?
It ranges. most of the data on CDEC are either every 15 minutes or every hour. And so we basically converted it all to hourly so that we would have more stations to work with. But some of the other stations I looked at outside of this, outside of CDEC, have like every 6 minutes as well.
So one thing you might be able to do is also get the satellite, because that kind of give a more spatial coverage with several meters, sometimes resolution, some of the satellites.
Okay.
The only thing is satellite data is not the same as what you measure in the water, because there's a skin layer.
Yeah.
Maybe with some kind of correction, you might have that spatial coverage, at least the trends, the approximate trends
Okay.
in the spatial extent. The ocean people does this all the time now, so it might be a good way of thinking about it.
Thanks.
Jay, I think you were next.
No good deed goes unpunished, is what you're learning here. Once you do one good thing, everybody says, well, could you do this other good thing too? So thank you for doing this good thing before we punish you. I was thinking about temperature and for the Delta, that this is a really nice, potentially nice opportunity, and Joe might be in a better position to comment on this. And temperature is something people do modeling of, and we do, and it's cheap data to collect. So there might be some potential and value in taking the hydrodynamic models and water quality models that we have for the Delta, which might include temperature among the constituents, and comparing that with the field data that we're seeing to help us not only with understanding the temperature processes, but also understanding, better calibrating the models. Because occasionally you can use those temperature records and the changes in temperature to help you calibrate the hydraulics of the model, and as well as the water quality parameters in these models. So not suggesting that you do that, but suggesting that as you write this up and talk to people about it, that you try to bring the modelers in too, and if you can get them excited about it, then this might help them out in quite a few ways.
Okay, thanks.
It'll also help you decide where it's worthwhile collecting new data. Because one thing models should be fairly good at is interpolating for you.
Yeah.
And my comment is that your good deed should not be punished. It should be a journal article. It's not just documentation. This is serious evaluation and consideration, and you've garnered information that needs to be widely known, and try to get a benefit out of it instead of a punishment.
Yeah, there's definitely a plan to publish on some of this. Thanks, everyone.
Any other questions for John or Kat? Any public comments on anything we've done to date? Okay, thanks. We'll move on to the next item, which is a discussion of our review of the updated Delta Science Plan. I asked Yumi to come to the front in case we have any specific questions. Our goal today is to try and take an action item and to approve the content of our review and perhaps then give guidance to the people composing the next draft, but to, in essence, approve the content of the review. And I'll give you my view of the history and where we're at, and then I'll turn it over to anyone to correct me. But we started out with a request for a review on of the October 12th draft, and in that request there were some very specific questions, a number of questions about what we were asked to look at specifically. We set up a work group, and the work group was Dick and Jay, Liz, myself, and Tracy, and we then asked for comments from all of the individual members. We took those together and produced a draft, and back and forth in a number of different versions. I think at one stage, the work group was in, I'd say, the past the hot potato stage, where we would, one individual would look at it and make sure all the comments were included, redraft it and edit, pass it on to the next, and we did that circular thing until there was basically no more input. I think to a large part, and the bulk of our review addresses those questions, although not specifically, but addresses the broad topics that they raised. But during the course of the discussion, we also discussed, and there was a sense, in my view, a feeling that we needed to say something bigger or broader. And in essence, to look at, that the science plan in general might be more than, the science plan in some respects, as we say in this current review, is that it's focused on the how do you integrate, and how do you communicate, and a true science plan will need to be more integrative and deal with the science priorities as well. And we had those various discussions. At one stage, they were encapsulated in a set of reflections in some respect, and then those were eliminated. The final version that you have on the table now has some of that in our introduction, where we say be bold and flexible and strategic thinking, long-term thinking, and in the actual summary where it says in a sentence or two that the plan, people ought to be thinking about putting together a real science plan, which is more comprehensively including science priorities as well as how to implement that. After we finished that, one of our members, and I think Dick's name is on it, so I can identify him, actually had put together a 2-page, it's a minority report, but it's not a minority report in the sense that anyone has objected to those things at all. It's a minority report because it was his compilation, I think, of a lot of his own thinking and our own discussions into something that came out after our initial draft. And I've told Dick that's, I agree with everything that's in there, and I think many of the other board members too. And so I think what we're faced with now is we have our own, the official draft report, and I would say the minority report is something that we need to consider to be incorporated or replace some of the stuff we already have in there. But as of right now, there's nobody objecting to the minority report because we haven't really discussed it as a group yet. So that's my version where we're at, Dick.
So I think that the difference between the majority report and my own report is the difference between encouraging a bigger, better, actual, real, true science plan and my own statement that says what we have is a coordination of agency science, but not a science plan, and a science plan is still needed. And it's that division of saying, you're calling this a science plan, but it's not really a science plan because it doesn't have all these other things. And my position is, if that's the case, we should say so, and that a science plan is still needed. And that's different than just encouraging the further elaboration to get towards a science plan, but actually saying we're not there and need to get there.
Okay, Tom?
Yeah, I think I have a question for Yumi. I think you're the one who could answer this best. And it gets to Dick's comment about needing a science plan. When I looked at the 3 documents, of which the science plan is one, and I sent you a suggestion for a title because it seemed to me the science plan in a way was, usually when one uses the phrase science plan, it's planning science. The science plan seems to manage science more. And as I looked at the other documents, it seemed like the science action agenda was what one would call the classic science plan. And is that perception correct? Because that sort of answers some of Dick's concerns here.
Yes, so. Does this work? Hello? It doesn't work? Oh, it does, okay. So it's funny, I grew up on this science plan, so I didn't really know what an actual science plan meant. In the general sense, I was really surprised at all these comments, but you are right. So what I feel that some of the comments provided, the science action agenda really addresses that because it prioritizes the science actions. We went out and brought together public input on what are the top science actions that need to happen in the 5 years. It's a little bit more detailed in terms of like specific actions, while the science plan really is more of this guiding framework document that says, how can we better coordinate? How can we better make things open? So we have been thinking about adding a subtitle as you recommended. Perhaps that would help clarify what the science plan in this sense is, as opposed to science plans that the rest of the world talks about as a science plan.
Does that help, Dick, in terms of your concerns?
I guess it helps a little bit, except that the board years ago did suggest that the Delta plan does need a science plan, and it's that slot that we're filling. And though there may be science planning going on in all different ways, and you picked up a funny piece, it's this funny piece that's being called a science plan. And, I think it's a little deeper than that. I think there's lots of references to integration, synthesis, without really defining what integration and synthesis might be able to be. There's reference to climate change as a key issue to prioritize, but not really a plan to move that way. And I know you're definitely working more strongly on the social sciences, but the plan didn't reflect the movement that's underway on the social sciences as well as I thought it could. So, a plan, to my view, really needs to be very forward-looking, and this kind of starts out as sort of prioritizing existing stuff, and it's just frustrating.
Tracy?
So what I'm hearing a little bit is that all of us have ideas about what a science plan should look like, and they're not going to be the same among all of us. I think that, John, you do that every meeting. Yeah, I know, I was talking too slowly. So, from my perspective, the idea of a subtitle, reflecting that this is a science support plan. The science action agenda is a science prioritization, but it's by no means a science plan in the way that Dick's talking about. The science plan that you're talking about that would say, how are we going to plan, how are we going to recruit, how are we going to build facilities, that's a huge lift, okay? And in a system like this, do we have any other examples where there is a complex system with this many stakeholders that has that unified science plan? I think it's great for us to call, as we do in the current report, for aspirational to work towards that. But I think that to dismiss this as not being a science plan because it doesn't meet that aspirational goal is a little bit tough, I think. And I would, if we were given resources and 2 years, could we come up with a science plan that would actually mean anything in the Delta? And I think the answer is no, we couldn't. So I wouldn't be too harsh in this. I would be pointing out those issues, but still recognizing, again, from my perspective, the really big advances we see and the need to be even bolder and to try to push harder. That's what I'm hoping we can get out of this.
Yeah, I think my view is that it's, in many respects, the two versions are saying the same thing. But the terminology is maybe just a degree of emphasis. Like in our current, in the regular version, we say that, it's time where we should move forward on this and would be useful, et cetera. And I think Dick's version is more that, the need is now more than ever, and this is what we got to do. So just a degree of emphasis of the urgency of doing it, I think. And then I think in the current introduction, it says that this is a plan on how to do science, whereas I think that your way to say that is this is not a science plan, And so I think content-wise, there isn't a lot of difference. It's a matter of emphasis and strength and so, John?
So I was just going to add, so I think we appreciate your comments, and actually other people have made similar comments about the need for a more topic-focused science plan, and I think part of our ideas around implementation are that that's definitely where we're moving towards. And my personal thought is I don't envision that we're going to have a Delta-wide, I mean, I think Tracy's thoughts, I don't see that we're going to put together an entire science plan for all of the Delta. But I think right now there's definitely movement towards developing science strategies or science plans around topics. So there currently is being developed, or actually a draft is just out of a Delta smelt science plan, and there's interest that I think what the Social Science Task Force is going to put forward will be a strategy for science around social science. There's currently also thoughts around a nutrient-focused or a water quality-focused science effort and a salmon-focused science effort. So I think what we can do is help to integrate across those and bring those together, and then address some of the things like that you mentioned in terms of, providing the support network and those kinds of things that aren't going to happen in any of those individual plans. So I think we will be. I don't see that that's going to happen in the current science plan, but I think as the implementation moves forward, I think we appreciate your thoughts on that, and we're definitely aware of the urgency and the need to do that. Jay?
I really like, and I'm thankful for Dick's raising this. When I first read the draft, I thought, well, this is nice. It's a lot of work. This is a tough environment. This is a tough neighborhood to get something collaborative together in a lot of ways. But as I thought about the problems of the Delta and the sort of high scientific turbidity we have in many issues, this ain't going to cut it. This slow pace of incrementalism is not going to cut it. We're going to be, the problems of Nutria, problems of new water quality constituents, the new problems are going to come on faster than we're getting to the old ones at this rate. And so given that we're updating these science plans every 5 years, we really need to up our game. I mean, this is a great effort. It's far better, substantially better than the previous science plan, which was incredibly better than the non-science plan we had before. But if you take a step back about what this system needs and what the scientific needs are for the system in order for people, in order to satisfy what the policy makers say they want, which is science-based policy, we're not providing science fast enough and in a coordinated enough way to make good on that. We're just going to be looking bad if we think this is going to cut it. And I don't want to, I in no way want to demean what's been proposed in this draft, because I think it is a good incremental improvement. And in this kind of a fractured system, administratively fractured, resource fractured system, it's really hard to do this stuff. I completely agree with Tracy. We have no choice but to be incremental. And I think what you said, John, about the idea of okay, let's come up with community-wide science plans in particular areas, Nutria, maybe water quality, 2 or 3 other areas. That might be a good way to accelerate the process. But that maybe should be in the science plan.
It is, but clearly not highlighted enough.
And to do it as well, we're doing this as a way of setting a new way of moving science forward and making it more collaborative. I think that would be really helpful. So I think it's important that we be incremental. But when you say one Delta, one science, that's pretty high standard, and we need a little bit more than the larval form of a science plan than what we've got now.
Joy? And then Tom?
What's that one? I think we're arguing about the title. And if we made a slight shift in the title, the difficulties might disappear. So perhaps this is a coordination plan, or perhaps it's a science strategy. And then that leaves the door open for a follow-on, which is an action plan or some other slightly different title.
Tom?
Yeah, there is a title. Maybe you want to mention that first?
Where'd you get that on?
That you were considering anyway? Yeah.
I don't have it in front of me, I'm sorry, but it was
Okay.
more something like a strategy for coordinating Delta Science. But we did have this conversation about the title of the Delta Science Plan because we had received a lot of comments, and one of the considerations that we took was it's been the science, people have known this document as the science plan for 5 years, and so there's this risk of changing the name, and then there would be a little bit of confusion. So maybe starting out with the subtitles to see if that would help might, to clarify what the document is. And then if it still causes confusion, maybe we should bring that up again in the next update in terms of whether the name might need some rethinking.
But what I really wanted to comment on was Jay and John's comments. I think we all agree that this is a very difficult scientific challenge. I don't think any of us would argue with that. But if you look at the science plan as it's currently written and our comments, that really our first recommendation is to integrate. And probably any of you who have been in academia would have a similar experience that I had in government. My whole career was living in a silo. And there was continual efforts to try and merge the silos. And it's just a very difficult thing in science to do. But as a board, we're flying at a high enough elevation that we should be looking to combat these silos. And probably the most important recommendation that is in the plan and in our review is that requirement for integration. And I think it's really important to focus on that because that's the big issue here. Certainly for what we're calling the science plan.
I'll just toss out one solution and then go to Tracy and then Joe. In our report, we say we encourage to be aspirational, I think. And so and following up on Jay's comment, one of the things we could do is, in essence, adopt Dick's 2 pages as sort of, here's our first major overarching comment. This is the real need. And then say, as a coordination strategy, as the existing coordination strategy or some name for it, here's our detailed comments relative to that coordination and integration. And that would be a way to have the big aspirational goal that we say, but then say coordination is important, integration is important, and as far as that goes at this particular plan, here are our specific comments relative to that for that purpose.
I think that muddies the waters a little bit because the title is what's creating the problem for us.
Well, we can suggest then, since it is a coordination strategy, that's said in a little bit in our thing and a little bit in Dick's comments too, that could be a recommendation we make as to given that it's a coordination strategy.
But the goal of what we're calling the science plan here is the coordination. And maybe integration is probably a better word than coordination. And it means integration in a very broad sense, not just that the science be more integrated, but the science be integrated with the management.
Right.
And the problem is the title keeps throwing us off here. But I think there's a clear understanding of, what the general audience thinks this thing is.
Okay, we'll go to Tracy and then Joe.
So one thing I'm wondering, and Jay, I appreciate your words really well. You're right. Given the rate of change and just everything that's happening, this ain't going to cut it. Okay, that's a true statement. But at this point, I would suggest one option for that. Randy just gave us a copy of a Delta Science funding strategy that he's going to bring to the council and then to Dpic. We should look at that, and we should take that true statement, and if we make that statement up through to the Dpic that the way we're doing is as good as we can possibly do, it's as good as the Delta Science program can do, and we're pushing them to be as aspirational as possible. But what are our ideas for what you could do with a Delta Science funding strategy that would get us to where it might cut it? And can we do that? If we think that's so important, and I think a lot of us are saying it is, can we make a suggestion that is actually actionable for the regional governance to move forward? That's a challenge to us. But I would say, if we think it's that important, we should accept that challenge and see if we can do something.
Joe?
When I started reading it, the Delta Science Plan, as many of you discussed, that it says that it is not a science plan or action plan and, identifying science priorities. The first sentence, it says, the Delta Science Plan provides vision, principles, and approaches for collectively building upon the foundations of scientific knowledge. So it is a vision document rather than a detailed science document. So it is very, very clearly laid out in the first sentence of the document. So that's how I kind of thought always this science plan is. And then when I looked at Dick's one, he says that things are happening fast, as you were just discussing. That this vision we have laid out is not nimble enough to address this. So that is a more philosophical statement you are making. Am I right, Dick? Okay. So somehow if we can kind of merge these two together, some way or another, I think that will be a good way.
Dick, and then Jay?
Yeah, so let me thank Jay for being more concerned about the future than even maybe I was, or at least more than I stated in this. I took it on pretty much as a science plan without stressing how concerned I actually am about climate change and how that is challenging science itself. And challenging science itself means we really need to, address that and begin to think through what that means. I'd written comments to that effect in an earlier forum, and we had a little bit of internal discussion that was not very conclusive or not very, but I think we are in a situation where we do need to state that the needs are greater than what we have, but I think that's just the duty of the board. If that provides the conditions to increase funding for science, that's great. I guess I'm a little different than Tracy, saying maybe we should strategize on whether that does. It's our duty to say what's good enough, and I think in this case what's good enough is better than what's best available. I think things are happening in the Delta, and we're more aware of the transition that we're in the Anthropocene than much of the rest of the world, and are calling for a new and stronger approach to science.
Jay, you still?
Yeah, I like, thank you, Tracy, for those remarks. The impression I get in general about the current draft of the science plan is it's good. It's a good incremental, it pushes the envelope a little bit, but it's still pushing an envelope of easy consensus. These are things we could pretty much easily get everybody to agree on. And I guess maybe we should be addressing our review not so much to the Stewardship Council or to the science program, which really only has authority to operate in that envelope of easy consensus, and to really address our review to Dpic, to say, okay, you guys need to let loose the dogs of science, you guys need to get really serious about this, and have a much more ambitious view of it. Because I do think, in fairness to the science program, they've probably gone within the envelope of what they're allowed to do for this. And our comment, or several of us comment, is that envelope ain't big enough.
So are you suggesting a separate document in a sense?
No, not at all. I think just we write it for Dpic.
Okay.
Because the science program people, they've already heard us talk about this. Our work is done so far as the impact we're going to have on their thinking. We should really address this to Dpic.
And
We should be
and it
addressing
should be a
the state of
4-page
California. Dpic is also a piece along the way. I mean, this
Yeah,
is
but
this is
there
the
are-
Gavin Newsom.
Yeah, but let's write, yeah, but, Dpic, I think that, and make it a 4-page document.
Okay, let's go to John, then Tracy.
What I hear us saying is that a plan that is focused, as this plan is, more on the infrastructure and support of the science enterprise may be necessary but not sufficient to deal with the problems. And I think Dick and Jay have articulated that, we've got a big challenge ahead of us, and science has to be front and center in addressing this challenge of changing conditions and what their impact is on the Delta. And the question is, what can we say and who can we address it to that will really call attention to that kind of need? We're talking, I think, about something that is not as much a science plan as a science call to action. If in fact the conditions are changing, we need to reconfigure how we're thinking about science and how we're using science to address the problems of rapid changes in the Delta, the scale issues. There needs to be something that calls attention to that rather than reacting to a science plan. We can react to it, which is what we've done. But I think that this provides an opportunity for us to go beyond that and take positions and basically say, look, we're an independent science board, and there are two key words in that, and board is not one of them. It's independent and science. So here's what we independently think about science. And the problem with this kind of vision of what we might do is figuring out, okay, what do we say that is then going to resonate with the people who would be potentially listening to us? What can we offer that is tangible and actionable to take up rather than saying, Houston, we got a problem? I frankly don't know what that is, but I think that if we were to put our collective heads about it, we could come up with something that is a convincing call to action to recognize, to say, as you said, it ain't going to cut it. And that's a pretty profound conclusion, but I think it's accurate.
The science plans that I'm familiar with are usually either done by entity or an agency. Almost every agency has a science plan, which incorporates their science priorities based on their mission, as well as everything from integration to implementation. Having a science plan for a region without talking about what the science priorities are, it almost has to be an integration, communication kind of a thing. We mentioned, John said earlier, that some of the more things that come closer to a real science plan are topic-specific, a Nutria science plan or nutrients or something like that. And we did suggest in part of this review that one way to get there is to pick bigger, grand challenges. And those kind of themes, people could, whether it's climate change or something where you can say, here's a big issue and let's get a science plan around that. What are the priorities within that and how do we go about implementing it? Anyway, that's somewhere in between the small plan and the sort of gigantic plan without a mission, without a goal, other than do good science. Jay?
I mean, I'm not sure how hard we should push it and exactly what we should push, but when I look at the problems of the Delta and the problems of science and technical knowledge for the Delta, much as Kat sort of pointed out with the temperature data, we've got problems not just of, there are particular scientific issues of developing eDNA so it could be useful for this, or looking at how one carves up fish otoliths to find, I mean, good sciencey things like that. There's a lot of realm for that, but I mean, even the most fundamental stuff of, okay, let's organize the data better. I mean, let's institute better quality control and documentation on the data. Let's make sure that the models that are being developed for the hydrodynamics, the water quality, the system operations are giving compatible results and where we understand where those numbers are really coming from. That's sort of that's just done in little pigeonholes all over the place, and there's no coordinated science program. There's no state science enterprise as an enterprise. It's a bunch of little things. I see more problems from that fragmentation than from, oh, what new widget, what new cool science idea should we be bringing in? And so as we think about writing, say, to a Dpic kind of audience, a higher level audience, maybe it's a legislative staff audience, I don't know. What would we suggest that should be done to coordinate state science activities regarding the Delta? Certainly the science program here is one aspect of it, and it's the mission of this science program to sort of try to coordinate all of the different, it's sort of the one science to rule them all, maybe in an ideal sense, but it hasn't been given a big enough envelope to pursue that mission institutionally. Maybe I'm just babbling on, I don't know.
Liz?
Sorry, this is not a direct response to the points that you've made, which are very valid. But I wanted to go back to Steve's comment about the grand challenges. So we mentioned in the review specifically that grand challenges are often good models for bringing science together in an integrated and synthetic way. And, you know, I think fundamentally the grand challenge for the Delta is climate change. And so I'm wondering whether we might want to think about suggesting a science plan for climate change as one of our recommendations.
In a science plan in the sense of what this document is, or more of like the topic-specific action?
Topic-specific, but climate change has many topics and dimensions to it. And so it is topic-specific, but it also transcends many of the things that need to be addressed in the Delta.
If you had integrated science for climate change, you implicitly have the rest of it. And it's a good, sexy topic for these days.
And maybe, so it's in a way outside of this document per se, but it touches on the real, a topic that is urgent and needs action, and also covers many of the things that I think we're talking about from a science perspective.
Tracy?
So I would say we might consider trying to figure out if we can endorse our review of the science plan somehow. I think we've been very strong in our statements about the aspirational need that we see. Jay, I think you're right. I think Dpic, together with the legislature, the assembly, are probably the two places where we can make that call. And I also think, Liz, what you just brought up about, we could center that call around climate change as a organizing framework for, we need to put all hands on deck, and we need to get more hands on deck on climate change and being able to deal with the rapid changes that are upon us already. And make that call to Dpic into the state. And Dpic is the state and federal agencies, and then we have the state, which actually is probably more authority than Dpic in a lot of ways. I would propose we do that as a separate effort of the board, and we do that certainly before the next Dpic meeting coming in the spring. So that, to me, that's an aspirational challenge to us. And I would volunteer Jay to do the first draft of that. Exactly, yeah.
Okay, so I'm trying to figure out what our way forward is on this particular review. So far, I've really heard no specific objections to the details of our review of the integration, although possibly some modifications in the sense we do say something about climate change being an organizing principle and stuff like that. We don't specifically suggest that a science plan for climate change be done, but that's a sentence or something we could add in there. And if that's the case, that those things are okay, then the question is, how do we deal with the broader recommendation of incorporating science into the science plan? We have the minority report, we have sort of our introduction and summary, kind of different versions. There's also, I've heard the suggestion a couple of times of specifically changing the title, which we don't, I think, have in either of these versions. But I'm looking for a way forward so that we hopefully can still endorse and approve some level of content and then assign it to Jay and Dick to rewrite those two sections. Vince?
Well, I think because of the fact that we've been posting documents, that we've been having an exchange with John and everything and Yumi, that, we've made the point to them. Yeah. That's really the issue. What I think the issue that Tracy has brought up is really what we should be concentrating on now. They have done a good job. They are incorporating as much as they can in terms of the limits. Part of the problem is they want to keep these titles because that's what people are expecting. The science plan, that they can't start shifting titles around or move a title that was for one document to another. So I actually think we've done the job already, that we've let them know what the issues are, and now, we go on with something that really will make a difference, but it's no longer a burden on the science program. I think that really can be approved, and that would be this kind of the pragmatic solution that I'd propose.
So I think what we need to have is a pragmatic person. I think what we need is a pragmatic person to volunteer to basically take Dick's minority report, make that into the preface, if you will, to our other document, stick in a fort, get it, let's call it done, and then work on something that's targeted to a higher level. And it should not be Dick or I. It should be a pragmatic person.
So
I'd be more than happy to work on trying to do that and to take Dick's minority report, work it into our report, make sure things are properly reflected. I'd probably work with you on that, Dick, over email over the next week or so and see if we can get there. But again, I'm hearing everybody say the content of both the so-called minority report and our full draft right now, nobody's really objecting to it. We're just saying we need something more, and we're also saying we will try to provide some guidance as to what that something more might be.
But it is useful for our report to the Stewardship Council on the science plan to be fairly strongly worded. Yes. Even though we're and to say that this is more strongly worded than maybe is appropriate entirely because the envelope, what the science program has been allowed to do with the science plan is more limited than what we think it needs to be. And then we can refer to that in our little letter, shorter letter to the big guys.
And I'm happy if you need another one go through and you have a draft to have a look at it too. Yeah. So, any other comments on this? Any public comment? Wait, Tom's.
Yeah, I think if we could shorten it a little bit, that would be good. Yeah, because it's kind of long as it is.
Could I
Amy?
ask a couple clarifying questions that were on the main document? It seems like it might change a little bit since there's going to be some integration, but in the main document, line 110 to 112, where it talks about incorporating the Delta Independent Science Board more into the science plan and how they complement each other, and then I wanted to get clarification on, and then it talks about the figures that discuss the science strategy, and I wanted to get clarification from the ISB whether you want the comment intended to have the ISB sort of as part of the strategy, or more discussion on the Delta ISB and then the relationship between the Delta ISB and the science plan.
I think my recollection of the comments were, if you look at the one figure that showed the science action agenda and the science plan and the science state of the Bay Delta Science, that those were the three documents that drive the science and the peer review. And it sort of leaves out the formal role of our board, which is to review science and make specific recommendations. And the corollary to that is that providing a more formal recognition of our recommendations are part of the process, so that people may actually listen to our recommendations. So it sort of looks like, you know, that somehow something is missing there. And does that sort of answer it?
I think we can probably clarify a little bit in the language. I think the figure was more like these are the three documents that are the strategy, but other input from independent bodies make a big difference. Can I talk about all?
Yeah, I guess it wasn't clear to me that those were just, you know, documents as opposed to process, because there are arrows going around, and that.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, like
Yeah.
the arrows kind of limit the input these documents have on each other, and it doesn't really take into consideration outside
And in
input.
terms of discussion of
Okay.
peer review, clearly the board kind of does that in our review of
Sure.
documents, but also just in review of literature and the science, and make recommendations, so that hopefully that recommendations have some input somewhere into the process of science prioritization.
Sure.
And I'm not sure how that can be incorporated into a figure or a
We do have that section on peer review in Chapter 3, and I think one idea was to incorporate ISB review as well in that process, because we only talk about the science program peer review process. So that's one place too that the ISB.
Yeah, because it wasn't, I don't think ISB
Yeah.
was mentioned in that section
No.
either, even though
Yeah.
that's sort of our role is to review the science
Mhm.
and the Delta, so it's kind of peer review,
So
or that review process anyway,
Sure.
in general.
Okay. And then there was just one more, I think. Is it possible, I was going to ask Joy if I could speak with you after regarding some of the performance measures. Because again, I mentioned this before, it is somewhere we've struggled, and your comments on that were really helpful. And I actually read your document that you wrote in 2007 on success. And that was really interesting, so I would appreciate any additional input later. I thought I had one more, but I think that's it. Thank you.
Tom?
The one thing this document really doesn't have is conclusions.
Yes.
Is that how it's going to end?
I saw that, and that was a good point. We could think about probably adding some sort of concluding statement in there.
Mhm.
You're right, it kind of just abruptly ends with Chapter 5.
Because one thing that sort of gets lost in the documents is you do have priority actions. I think it's page 16.
Mhm.
And I kind of wondered if maybe those were sort of the conclusion of, since this is a update of an old plan, maybe that's the umph here.
It was sort of like, yeah, the next steps is here, 8, I believe, that during the workshop were voted as the top 8 that should occur within the year of the implementation of the update. But we could probably say a little bit more.
Because Appendix B, which describes sort of the evaluation of the old plan, what worked, what didn't and all, is really not all that, it's not detailed enough to be very helpful.
I see, okay.
I mean, it just used words like ongoing for things. So you don't really have a sense of how successful that effort has been. So when you try to figure out, okay, what's different about this plan than the original one, the only thing you have is that page 16 table with the priorities.
Okay, and then the summary, I guess, in the beginning, the two-page summary, but that only kind of highlights which actions we added. I think you commented, there was a comment on that as well, that we could probably improve on.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I wanted to follow that up with a reminder that each of the individual board members provided a number of editorial comments on the document, and some of those were large editorial comments, and those are all being compiled into one document and would be handed over for you for your consideration. And that's in one of the ways how we reduced our review now, is to take things that could be put into the individual things into that. So those were not lost. They will all get all of your individual editorial comments with your name removed on a compiled, I think with the name removed, on a compiled document for you. So what I hear on the table then is that we want to approve the content of both our current document and the minority report, with the proviso then that Tracy will take the lead to merge the comments of the minority report with those we already have in there relative to that topic, and shorten if possible. And that, is that, somebody want, I don't know if we need a motion or that, or just agree to that?
I so move.
Okay, and seconded by Dick. Anybody object to that? All approve? Aye? So I think we have approved by content, and I don't know if we have a deadline, but we'll just have it to us by Christmas Eve, and
Thanks. But thank you, everyone. I really appreciate, I know everyone has a lot on their plate, and so you taking the time providing science plan comments is really appreciated, because it's very encouraging to recognize that you all think that it's worth your time to provide comments, so thank you. And I just wanted to make one very minor comment on John's earlier. He kindly identified the Social Science Task Force kickoff meeting in January. The first meeting is actually going to be in Sacramento at 989th Street, and the second meeting's in December. So if anyone's interested, it's open to the public. But anyway, so thank you very much.
thanks.
Thank you, Yumi, for leading us forward with the science plan.
And before we close this topic, I think there's, just to make sure Edmund Down has another action item, that there is a follow-up, I guess, to take some of those broader thoughts and somehow get them to Dpic, not just part of our report, but some further action we haven't specified yet, but we want to make sure that that's not dropped off the table. Tracy?
And Jay and Dick, are you guys willing to take a first shot at that?
I'm working on an outline now.
Okay, that's what I figured. I figured we'll probably have it by the end of the day, so.
Multitasking.
Good. Yeah, I would encourage you to the sooner you get that together, because the Dpic agenda is finalized far in advance, and so we certainly will talk with Amanda and Randy and Susan and encourage them to put something about this onto the April agenda.
Real quick,
Yeah, okay.
so they could chew on it for a long time before they
And I think Liz will be chair by that time at their next Dpic meeting, so. All right, we're scheduled for a break, and I know we're running behind schedule. Edmund, do you have something?
It's just mainly for the notes, right?
Pardon?
It's mainly for the notes, just in terms of our follow-up items. Just from my understanding, the main review that you guys approved the content for today should be submitted by the January meeting, but there's flexibility for that timeline, and then maybe the letter to Dpic, maybe a draft in January too. Is that fair to list in the follow-up items?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I think the way we operate, at this point, we don't have to come back to the full board for the submission of comments on the Delta Science Plan. That's been approved. All we're doing now is a few people are working to finalize it. So if we can get it done in the next week, we'll get it done in the next week and it'll be finished. But so we don't need, I don't think we need that as a January agenda item.
Is that just to make sure that we have clear in terms of like target deadlines and?
Okay, so we'll take just a 5-minute break and come back.
Yeah, as long as we get some really good.
Oh, I don't think that's.
Okay, I think we'll get started. We're moving to item 7 on the agenda, which is the update on other reviews. And we'll start with Tracy with water quality.
I'm still worked up over the science plan too much to remember what I was going to say about water quality. Let's see. I know Edmund sent me the little bullets, but so Liz probably has it in front of her. Do you have the water quality things we were going to cover? I'll just start with I know the one thing is outreach. About 2 weeks ago, we did have the outreach to the CTAC North America Society of Environmental Toxicology and Chemistry. I gave a presentation there on the water quality review as part of a session on multiple stressors in the Delta. It was the last session on the last day. We actually had quite a few people that stuck around to hear a lot of that, so that was good. And I got a lot of feedback from people that they really appreciated the attention to water quality that we were bringing to the Delta. So all in all, I think it was an effective outreach for that. Do you have the list in front of you, Liz? Why don't you just take over?
January 11th workshop?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, so we did talk yesterday about the water quality subgroup met, and we talked quite a bit about the workshop set for January 11th, where again, as Randy has told us a couple of times, he really likes the idea of having findings followed by recommendations, and then his call to the Delta Science Program and with us to contribute to that was, can our recommendations in the water quality review, how can they be implemented, or can they be implemented? And so we are structuring a workshop to have people that are going to give us their thoughts on our recommendations and how well they could be implemented, or what approaches would we take to implementation. And that's coming together really well. We've got a nice group of people coming to talk to us about that.
Summary sheet?
Summary sheet, thank you. Yes. So I've got, you need a cue card, so it's not so obvious, because you're not on camera right now. We also worked yesterday on the summary sheet, and we've got that very close to completion. We've got the text finalized. We're working with Kat to do some graphics. We're a little undecided on what exactly the graphics will be with it, but again, I think that's come together and is in good shape, and we should have that completed within a week or two, and certainly ready for probably final approval at our January meeting. That's it, right? Okay, thank you.
Any questions for Tracy?
Or Liz, or Vince, or Dick.
Liz? Okay, I'll give a brief report on the ecosystem workshop, which is John and I co-chairing it, and Joy and Dick. And we had a work group meeting yesterday, and in essence, we're still continuing with our 2-workshop plan. One workshop is this afternoon, where we'll have 5 panelists to come and give us sort of the broad overview of what are some of the fundamental issues related to non-natives, and with some examples. I think each of them will have some examples probably from the Delta as well. So that'll be our first workshop. Our second workshop is still planned for March 8th. That's the day after the IEP meeting ends, and our March meeting. And that will be another set of panelists more focused on Delta-specific issues, whether that's by sort of ecosystems such as wetlands versus upland or something or by species or by agency, because there is something like a California Invasive Species Council, things like that. So that will be a more Delta-specific look at invasives. Another thing that we had scheduled on in our prospectus was to do a targeted survey to talk to folks specifically about issues that have come up or that we've come to, and I think that that is still on there. We don't know whether we'll do a written survey like many of the other reviews are doing, or it might be more of an interview-based survey, which has been pretty informative in other reviews we've done. And that Kat has been doing a literature review for us. She's very much in the middle of doing initially an annotated bibliography for us to kind of gather the literature, not on Delta-specific issues, but also on the broader topics as well, and we'll be using that to try and help us do our own formulation of our review as it matures. That's all I have, John, or any other members, anything to add? Okay. The next one is water supply reliability, Jay.
We had a very nice meeting yesterday with Edmund and Joe and Tom and I. Edmund's done tremendous work in putting together a all-day workshop, and we talked about some details of it yesterday. There's really, I think, 3 efforts that we're going to have. One will be this workshop, and before that workshop, we'll be having results from a questionnaire, which should go out in the next couple of days, I'm hoping, to all of the folks that do water supply reliability analysis in the state, for the state. The workshop is, all morning, is going to be an amazing list of lightning talks from everybody that does this kind of analysis, from consultants to different state agencies, federal agencies, and local agencies, and a few academics, where we're going to keep those talks to about 5 to 10 minutes each. So they'll give us a lot of the background work in the questionnaires that they fill out. But I think I want to hear from everybody, but mostly I want to hear what their most important 5 minutes of fame is, because our infiltration capacity isn't going to be that much bigger than that. I think it's really pushing it, but I think, if we want to hear from everybody, we got to keep it short. And then a working lunch where we're going to have groups at tables coming up with lists of where they think the field needs to go next, issues and controversies and promising things to do, and then have afternoon plenary and panels that try to assemble those kind of ideas and give them some form. And then following the workshop, we'll probably have more questionnaire results coming in, and then we'll have individual conversations with people, much as we've done with other topics that we've done lately. And we'll try to shake down all of that into recommendations and findings and recommendations. Okay, we now have a template for all of these reports. And then I think we'll have to do some sort of scholarly background on those points that we want to make and put it in a larger context. And the thought we had yesterday, which might have been completely delusional, was maybe we can have this done by June or so.
Great. Vince, you have a question?
Jake, for we mere mortals that don't understand Cascade 3 and everything else, is there any chance you could put together for us like a brief summary of what these models do, what their inputs, what everything else is going on, plus maybe a background reading, whether it be your chapter in the the state of the Delta, but because what I'm afraid in 5 minutes, it's going to go right into jargon, and we mere mortals are going to be lost.
Yeah. We're going to start off with having Tina Cannon-Leahy, a lawyer for the state board who's been working a lot with their modelers, talk about how they in the regulatory process use these models, and so a little bit of background on that. I think for background reading, I would look at 2 things. Modestly, I would suggest that the chapter I wrote for the State of Bay Delta Science on water supply reliability, which I think overviews a lot of these issues. And then the second thing I'd recommend looking at is the State Water Project's water delivery capability report that's updated every 2 years. And that's also up on the web, but maybe we should find those 2 items and send them out as email links to everybody.
Jay, I was going to add, so for the Integrated Modeling Steering Committee, you know, the model inventory that's going on.
Oh, that's a good thing to do.
There's,
If you like acronyms.
Yeah, if you just want an overview of some of the models,
Yeah.
and it addresses some of the issues you talked about in terms of what, you know, what are the capabilities of different models. That summary, I don't know if it's public yet, but I think it will be within the next few weeks. So as soon as it's available, I can send that around, and you can just look at that. It's a wiki leak, or a wiki.
WikiLeaks.
A wiki, not a WikiLeaks.
Yeah.
A wiki. It's a public wiki on inventory.
The thought has occurred to me recently that any suitably large collection of acronyms is indistinguishable from magic.
Yeah.
Yeah, because mentioning that a lawyer is going to be opening up, you know, there could be a lot of legalese that we don't follow as well. So I'm just saying that if the speakers could know in advance that not everybody there does models, not everybody there does water supply reliability. Otherwise, they're speaking to each other, and I just think it's easy for us to get lost in this.
That's entirely reasonable. We should give that some more thought. So let's put together that small reading packet for everyone. And then I was thinking that as we, as a group, start to digest all of this, we should probably have 1 or 2 panel discussions as we're starting to work on the drafts to this group, you know, so that we can sort of, as a group, bring ourselves up and get ready to go through the drafts. And then maybe when we have conversations with individuals, maybe we'll try to bring in random members of the board on some of those, just like I was on some of the interviews for some of the ecosystems and things that I know nothing about. I found it very helpful.
Can I add a comment, Jay, that may also help address some of Vince's questions? So for the pre-workshop questionnaire, the idea is that we hope to get them submitted by January 4th, where the presenters will provide a little more background of what they're going to talk about in their 5-minute overview. And then part of that is part of the inventory. So we're hoping to make some of that public to provide you with the background for the workshop. But it'll be a very quick turnaround. But we'll definitely send the packet that Liz described today and John mentioned first. And then as we get those questionnaire responses, we'll compile them and share them in advance of the workshop.
Okay, anything else for Jay? Okay, Vince on the IEP review.
Well, we have several developments to talk about today, and we really want the input of the board and the public on these. We have had conference calls. We had a very productive meeting yesterday. As you know, I've mentioned in the past, we've assembled a vast amount of data. You know, we have 118 responses to questionnaires. We have over 25 interviews. We have seminars and panels. The issue now is, I've mentioned in the past, we had a draft report. Tracy has done a yeoman task of going through all the interviews and trying to see if we could just, you know, intercalate them into the draft. And we've actually come up with really of a more basic issue. And I'm going to describe it, and then Tracy, Liz, and Dick can come in on it. What we've realized is that when we look at the questionnaires and we look at the interviews, we're really getting perceptions that people have on IEP, and whether they were inside IEP, the perceptions are very different than if they're outside IEP, or what their issues are, whether it's whether they're funding and getting what they want. But it's perceptions. We would like to structure our report in 2 ways. One of which is we will give the findings that we found, both on the based on the questionnaires, based on the interviews. But in terms of the recommendations, we would like to limit our recommendations to those that deal with IEP and science in the Delta. Now, IEP, as we know, is a huge monitoring enterprise. It's probably the biggest. And we would like our recommendations to focus on that aspect of the program, because really, not being on the inside or not really being on the outside, we really are talking about perceptions that we have. For example, we don't want to talk about governance structure unless governance structure relates to how science is being done. So this is what we're bringing to the board for input of how we want to orient our report. Now, there's at least some urgency about getting this report done, and we've heard from John and Reiner and several other people that they really are very anxious to see our recommendations, and we're really getting a lot of attention already about this. Next week, we'll be at the IEP directors meeting presenting our methods, or how we developed our methodology, our methods about how we're doing this, and then we're at least tentatively scheduled in March to give the results to the IEP directors of our study. And we've been asked to push this up probably in a tighter time period than we would normally have done. So that's really kind of where we are now. Again, we have extremely good information, but it's falling into two categories. So that's what I wanted to open. I wanted to pass it to Tracy and Liz and Dick to comment further and maybe do a little clarification on this.
Yeah, and to remind the board, or for those of you that are new to the board as well, this, to my recollection, is the first time that we've done essentially a programmatic review. We've taken a program and we're trying to review it, and there's been a lot of encouragement for us to do this since the board was formed. IEP has got a lot of things going on right now. The directors are really wanting to hear what our review is going to be. But we, as a science board, we shouldn't, when we do a programmatic review, we're not really, at least my view of it, from my time on the board, we should not really be saying how this program should be restructured, how it should be, how resources should be allocated, what's over and under emphasized, unless it relates to the conduct of science in the Delta. But we've got so much information. And we really have just, it's not as bad as BDCP EIS, but there's a lot of information out there to digest. Yeah, well, probably a distant third, but anyway, 1,000 pages still. Anyway, so what we're doing is we are going to make findings that are going to be about our perceptions of the aspects of the program, given everything we're hearing, and we're going to try to make that, it'll be about the program as well. But when we come to making recommendations, we are trying to focus our recommendations on those things that we see the nexus to science conduct in the Delta, if that helps. We have got a long ways to go, and I will say I have done sort of yeoman's work, but I've done it slowly. So we now are at a place where I think we can make a push to get a draft out, and we've agreed to use the Delta Science Plan model. Vince is going to take a shot at writing up what we talked about yesterday, pass it to me, I'm going to pass it to Liz, and she's going to pass it to Dick, and by the time Dick comes back with his minority view, we'll figure out where we're going to go from there. So I think we can do this, but we're asking the board is to just let you know and see your thoughts on, we're going to have some findings that will not have recommendations, much to Randy's chagrin probably, but we think that's the best way to go. So Liz and Dick, clarifications or additions?
I don't really have anything to add, other than we really do want to hear from the board before we move forward with this model. If the board doesn't think that this is a good direction to go in, then we'll have to rethink how we want to proceed, and we'll want to hear from the board regarding that.
And I think Tracy's right. This is the first research program under a particular governance structure. I don't want to say clear governance structure, but a particular governance structure, and the governance structure seems to loom large, but we don't want to let that interfere with the evaluation of the science and the science that's coming out of it. So how to thread that needle is what we're working on. And I have been spending a fair amount of time looking at other programs, and this one does have rather special governance structure.
Can I ask a question? When you say science, are you including the monitoring in that?
Yes, we are, but not to the extent that we're doing it in the monitoring enterprise review. Yeah.
Is there a, I wonder if you could clarify, when you're talking about making recommendations relative to the science, is, that, to me, it seems kind of vague, because is it a matter of, okay, the science they do with respect to fish, you're going to dive into the fish science and see where the missing elements are, or how they implement the science? And I guess as a part of that, is IEP science clearly delineated from non-IEP science? Because all the work's kind of done within an agency and maybe sanctioned. I don't know where you draw the boundary.
Yeah. Well, let me first say, that if we were going on the information that we were getting in our findings on, which is largely perceptions, we could have a recommendation that could go either way, because there's such a diversity of opinions about this, again, based on who we're talking to, whether they're in the IEP, what they're aware of, and what aspect of the IEP. The business practices plan is a critical document that's virtually unknown among people within the IEP and without. So that's why we don't want to make recommendations on that. When we talk about science, we're really talking about, what our charge is. Randy opened up his reflections giving the charge to this committee, and it's about how science is done in the Delta. Is science done in IEP the best possible way or the good enough way? That's one of the questions we're asking. Now, how deep we're going to go into the science? Probably not very deep. We're probably not going to talk about fish programs as opposed to algae programs or HABs or anything else. But we're going to basically look at the science process, how the science process is oriented. Tracy, do you want to, we'll go around the room again. You want to expand on that? I know you weren't listening, but.
I was preparing an answer to I was preparing an answer to John's comment, so let's let John make his comment so then we can answer it.
Why don't you go right to your response and not bother with my comment? I think the general plan of having findings be broad and having recommendations be much more sharply focused is a good way to go. I would encourage you, however, if there's some things that really emerge strongly from the findings, not to ignore those in the recommendations, because there's a fuzzy border between science in a program and the governance of a program and a variety of other things that influence the capacity of a program to absorb the science that is there. And I think you're going to have to make a judgment call as to what really is important. And if there's a big divergence of opinion on perceptions of something that is related to the governance of a program that influences how science is done, then I think that has to be taken into account in the recommendations, but in a way that acknowledges the fact that there's no unified response to that there are differences of opinion, but that in itself is a finding. And that kind of thing, if there is a sharp divergence of perceptions of good or bad in a program, that needs to be brought up front and center, and a recommendation needs to be made, at the very least, that that's an issue that has to be resolved if the program's going to move forward, because you can't have a successful program if you've got such diametrically opposed perceptions of what the program is doing and what it's about.
One of the things that we were able to do, because we had a large number of responses to the questionnaire, is that we were able to filter who the different interest groups, whether they were actually involved in IEP on one of the working groups, or whether they were on one of the advisory boards, or whether they were one of the funders, in terms of how they perceive these different aspects. So we were able to do that. And I think that's a beginning in that direction to doing it. But yes, no, I mean, we certainly, you're right, it's a fuzzy line. That's one of the problems that we had in trying to treat everything equally.
And in the water quality review, we did cross over that fuzzy line somewhat in our recommendations. We recommended the Water Quality Monitoring Council could use additional resources, things that are, but again, it was with a view towards that would improve the conduct of science if this organizing body was better resourced. So yeah, I think what you'll get is something that says, here are a number of recommendations, here are a number of findings, fairly broad, as you said, here are some specific recommendations, and then it'll be up to the full board to say, let's think about this. If it's a fairly broad finding about some aspect of IEP, and we didn't come up with a recommendation, now let's see as a board if we could come up with a recommendation that may be a broad recommendation, and it could be essentially sending it back to the IEP director's level or whatever entity is appropriate to say, this is an issue that we found that we think you should address, something like that.
I'm wondering if you could just give us an example of a science recommendation, it doesn't have to be real, but that would, in the context of a program, that would not include saying something about how the program is done.
Jay, you want to say anything first, or you? So like one thing that's come up is the issue of take of Delta smelt, and this is a fairly small finding perhaps, but there is a perception that some people's activities is limited because of the amount of authority that IEP has over Delta smelt take. And that does definitely affect the conduct of science in the Delta. That's not really a structural program thing. It's not, but it really is a result of the delegation of authority to IEP. And so we will probably make some recommendation about that.
Okay.
Another one is the website. That, you know, the website was never very easy to use, but now the DWR isn't supporting it, and documents are getting lost. I mean, that is something that, while it's administrative, really does affect the science. And I think, you know, what we've asked Kat to do, yes, you're right, I mean, we're all pushing her to do more and more. But, you know, this is the first example that we've had where you can document how difficult it is to take this vast amount of data, and even on one topic, is to see how good the data is or how easy it is to use. So, I mean, these are the type of things that we're going to be dealing with.
These are all great thoughts. When I think about IEP, having always seen it from a distance, and it's not always in my field, but I see a lot of it for many years. One of the important things I think for our review is to explicitly state what are the expectations that people have of IEP. Everybody wants something different from IEP. And I think, you know, just as a baseline, as a point of departure, it's important for us to state, you know, what is everybody expecting out of IEP? Because I think that shapes a lot of these perceptions, what people say. And then it's important for us, as this independent body coming in from the moon, to say, here's for the science community as a whole, at least for the science side of it, here's what we recommend that IEP have as its science mission, and how it would fit into the larger whole. I think we could do good service that way and help clarify some things.
Well, you know, I think to take it a little further, I mean, there's going to be varied expectations of what this report will do, too.
Right.
You know, that I think,
Right.
You know, if we're successly, it'll make nobody happy, you know, because of
Yeah.
that we're broadly covering the issue.
And so some of what you might call for might actually be changes to the mission statement, or the mission legislation,
that's
or the
what we
enabling,
could've done, sure.
the enabling legislation under which IEP operates.
He stopped in for a minute yesterday. Maybe we were talking about that when we...
But you know, I think that, you know, again, targeting it to the people that really matter, because some of these things we often recommend, and we're recommending them to people that really have no authority to make those changes. So maybe that's another thought, is maybe to go an adjunct with our report is going to be a memo to somebody that matters, distilling it down, depending on what your recommendations are.
Joy?
I just ask, who are the findings for then? Obviously, you have some recommendation that they be included. So who are they recommended for if they're not leading to science recommendations? I'm trying to get a sense. I'm trying to get a sense of why the information would be included if it doesn't lead to recommendations.
Well, simply because no one's ever done a review of IEP in the decades that it's been around that has this much information. The one thing we thought about doing is putting a response in to the written comments, I'm sorry, an appendix in that just includes all the written comments, because it's all perceptions about IEP. I think that's
kind of what I was leading toward. I'm trying to think of expressing it a different
way, Joy, but everybody has a different opinion of IEP based on if it gives them what they want, or if they feel that they're putting the money in and the money is being well spent based on their objectives. That's why we want to get all these perceptions available. But as I tried to say, we could make a recommendation on these perceptions that would go either direction, because the perceptions are just all over the place. And they're oftentimes things we don't really know enough about to make a recommendation in terms of some of these subtleties that IEP has.
Just to follow up on that, Vince, some of the recommendations that we might make would be not direct, but to say, as a next step, we recommend that a group of people look at this and sort it out.
That's what I'm getting at.
Rather than making direct recommendations. We think this change needs to be made. Well, no, maybe not. But we think someone should look at perhaps making changes in this area.
And an appendix sounds like a good idea. If it's such diverse, disparate lists of stuff. I mean, I would.
It might take longer than one report to sort all this out.
Yeah. And would that speed up your ability to make the science-based recommendations, which are urgently needed? If you kind of sweep these into an appendix and say that there's this diversity of information, but we're not going to deal with it. Skip to what you are making recommendations about and get it to the people who need it.
John?
I think it's a function of really the relative importance of the statement and the finding and the recommendation. But sticking in things in an appendix is the surest way to make sure that they're going to be forgotten and not paid attention to. So I would, appendix is good, supplementary material is good, so people who really want to dig into it have it there. I question how often anyone digs into these things. Yeah, well, anyone, I'll let that go.
John, actually, these are sort of, ranging from pithy to very thoughtful comments on each of the questions that we asked.
Right.
So I think if it's in terms of one of the questions, like, if the business management practices where, 90% have never heard of it, and yet it's a critical document, that would be both in our recommendations, but to see what we're saying going into the appendix would really be a justification of that, as opposed to maybe the way we did in some of our reports where we kind of use direct quotes. I mean, we could put a few of them in, but there's so many, and they're nuances of the theme. It's.
Yeah, I guess my concern is that, what I'm hearing is that there's a lot of pretty profound stuff that you guys have come up with, and that needs to be front and center. The supporting information can be in a supplement or appendix or whatever you want it, but you want to make sure that anything important is really front and center.
All of you will get a chance to see this, and hopefully in early, not rough drafts, but in early drafts to see what we're doing. As Tracy said, we're going to actually start next week circulating between us our first set of recommendations. The other thing that's very useful is we have previous reports that we can look and see what were identified as problems going back a couple of decades that may still be problems or may not be problems. What we're trying to do, in terms of Jay's dictum of make it as simple as possible so that they can be followed, not have so many that the really important ones get diluted with the ones that are, you need better communication. This is what we struggled with in both our conference call and yesterday. Liz, please.
You kind of touched on many of the things that I was going to say, but I think we just want to emphasize that we're trying to strike a balance that there are sort of identifiable messages in the comments that we received, and that's why we would like to have some of the findings address those and provide the full comments as an appendix to be a resource. But some of them are not things that we can, I don't know, maybe are outside of our purview or outside of our knowledge base to exactly recommend a solution. And so we feel like we have the greatest comfort area in making recommendations when they pertain to improvements to IEP that facilitate science in the Delta. So that's kind of why we've chosen to take that course, at least in this first draft.
And again, you guys should have a copy of this in advance of our January meeting, which is not that far away from now. So again, that'll be the time to look at the balance we've struck and to decide if we've gone one way, too far one way or another. And you'll probably diversify in your opinions as well. So.
Another strategy you might think about is if you've got too much to say, you think you have 30 or 40 really important things to say, put it out as several reports. We're going to have a report on sort of the overarching bit. And then we have 2 or 3 or 4 other small areas. And you lead off with the one report on the overarching bit, and then you say, well, we're going to turn out over the course of the next few months other reports that have focused recommendations on these particular areas. And that might be a way to sort of break it up and not exceed the infiltration capacity of the audience on any one report. And build up for the later reports.
Yeah, in our discussions yesterday, I think we've got a manageable amount of information to get across in a report to put it all into one. If we come across that, again, we may come up with more details in the discussions of the full board, and well, that's a way to approach it. But right now, I feel like we can do what we set out to do.
Good.
John, do you have any comments that, based on what you've seen at the IEP directors?
No, just to reiterate what you said, that there's definitely interest, and I think the more specific the recommendations can be, the better.
Yeah.
But yeah, people are there's interest for sure. Yeah. Expectations are high.
You want to call for audience?
I'm going to call for audience after we get the next one done too. So. Did you get what you needed, Vince, on feedback?
Yeah, thank you very much for input, and we'll keep you posted as to how we're going.
So, Vince, you have the next one on the monitoring.
Well, this one we're very, very definite because we're just starting, so we know exactly what the plan is. The consulting firm that's been chosen has the contract. They haven't signed it yet, and there's negotiations that are going on. It's based in Vancouver with several subcontractors that are in the Sacramento area. They will come down on January 9th to have a meeting with the working group. We have given them a list of questions regarding the work plan, various deliverables that they're going to give us, but we're quite pleased with the choice, and thank everybody that was on that committee that actually interviewed the final consulting firms. The interim report will be due in terms of lessons learned from elsewhere and in reviewing reports in the Delta in March of 2019. In April or May, or sometime in that transition, there'll be a data discovery and scoping workshop, which will inform the inventory. If you remember, that's component one, the inventory of the statement. That report will be done in August of 2019, and then an interim synthesis by October. We have decided we're going to continue the second phase, which is the one involving the DISB, at the same time that they are doing phase one. We spent a lot of time yesterday going over questionnaires that will then talk to them about incorporating their ideas and their needs in terms of what we're doing as well. But again, we have an ongoing database of papers dealing with monitoring that we've been using. So, that's very straightforward, but really because we're just getting started. Remember, we wrote the prospectus 18 months ago, and then we spent a lot of time yesterday just reviewing, is this still what we want, and does the contract based on the proposal reflect what we wanted in that prospectus? But we have a series of questions we will pass on to them for them to address as soon as things get started. And they will have a public work plan. So that's one of the first documents that they will produce, so that we can, rather than putting the proposal out, which they don't want and would be too unwieldy, we will have a work plan.
Any comments or questions? Okay, any public comments on any of our reviews? Okay, we'll move to the next item, which is the just a preparation of upcoming meetings. In January, we encourage all of you to attend so we can have a full board meeting again. We will have the monitoring work group will meet on January 9th, and then January 10th is the full water supply reliability workshop. Is that going to be, do you know where that's going to be, Edmund?
It's going to be Park Tower.
Park Tower, okay.
Sacramento.
And then on the 11th, we'll have our regular updates, sort of a reflection on the water supply reliability workshop, and then also, I guess, the workshop on implementing the water quality review recommendations. That'll be on the 11th. In February, it's just a conference call, and then in future meetings, we are talking about in March, we'll have the ecosystem work group panel, and we may have a presentation, our first presentation from the monitoring contractor in March, and then probably it's still under development, but probably a more detailed presentation in May. So monitoring will be more and more robust component of our agenda as we move forward next year. The next item is just, Edmund, a quick review of our items for follow-up.
Okay, so today Jay made a new disclosure about him being a PI for a contract with the State Water Resources Control Board. We'll put that on our disclosure page. Today, Randy mentioned that by March, he may bring the draft ecosystem amendment for the Delta plan for the ISB's review. Today, the Delta Stewardship Council provided you guys with the Delta funding white paper. He's not asking for the full ISB to provide formal comments, but he's welcome for individual members to provide individual comments. After the meeting, I'll provide everyone with Amanda Bull's contact information. So if you guys have any input you would like to share, you can email her. And if you would like those individual comments to be posted on the product webpage of the ISB, just CC me on it. But if you don't want it to be included, don't CC me. So John has a few follow-up items from his lead sciences report. When the agendas are available, he'll share them for the AM forum, the social science task force agenda, and also the membership makeup. And he'll also send out the salt marsh harvest mouse paper that he described today. Today, Katerina provided an overview of her independent project, and it seems like what she's doing will have could be useful for the IEP review. Liz and Vince provided suggestions about better making sure she documents the data processing portion of the project. And she's likely going to follow up with Liz and Vince and also other members of the board who provided some input today. For the Delta Science Plan, you guys took action today, and you guys in general approved the content of both the minority review and the main review, but you're going to merge them together based on the discussion today. Tracy will take a first stab at it and will likely work closely with Dick, and Steve will likely provide help with that. Since you guys took action, whenever that's done, Tracy with staff will submit it to the Delta Science Program, and that should be done in January, hopefully. And the other thing from today's discussion is to try to shorten the overall review that is for the main review. Another follow-up item from today is that Jay and Dick will be working on a letter to Dpic that kind of goes beyond what is in the main review and what the science program has jurisdiction over. And Jay was working on the outline, and hopefully there'll be a status update in the January meeting and likely a draft. And I think John will just give Dpic a heads up that this may be coming up down the line. For the other reviews, for water quality, Kat has a summary sheet now, and the target is hopefully January. And the work group is continuing to plan the workshop in January. For the ecosystems review, the work group is currently planning workshop number 2 that's likely going to happen in March. For the water supply reliability review, after this meeting, we'll send out some pre-reading materials for the workshop in January. This includes the water supply chapter that Jay wrote for the State of Bay Delta Science, the State Water Project water delivery capability reports, and then John, when that becomes public, he'll send out the modeling inventory that's being done for the Integrated Modeling Steering Committee. For IEP today, the work group had an ask to the full ISB about their general approach to the review, which includes providing findings about perceptions and governance, but not necessarily providing recommendations on governance and organization, but the more focused their findings and recommendations that have a nexus with conducting science. And I think today, individual board members provided some input on that. And just the general key messages that I have for the follow-up items is there is a fuzzy boundary between those kinds of recommendations, and there is going to be judgment calls, but not to try to step away from it. For the Delta Monitoring Enterprise, the contract has not yet been signed, but once it's signed, hopefully in January, everything will take off with a public work plan that the full ISB can see, and it'll be a full plate for 2019 in terms of monitoring, if all goes according to plan.
Edmund, can I just add for the IEP, the structure, if you have any further ideas about this, and I know, Joy, you were still developing, if you could send them to us, it really would be very, very helpful, because we're obviously struggling with some of these issues. So if you could, we would appreciate it.
It's hard to be helpful when I'm having a hard time imagining what kind of comments you're talking about.
We can talk more about that before you.
All right, I'll include that on the follow-up items for the full board to provide individual comments to the work group. And I did just cover the monitoring review and the follow-up items from there, and I think that concludes what I have. And if anyone has anything that I miss, I'll add them now.
Fantastic job as usual, Edmund. Anything else to add? I would add that, with that comment that Vince has, I think all work groups would be welcome to any inspiration you get. If you all of a sudden think about something that relates to the review, by all means, just send an email to the work group with your idea or something there, you know. I'm sure they would welcome that kind of input.
All right, I have it included now.
Okay, we'll move on to item number 10, which is the public comment on any items not on the agenda. Okay, not seeing a rush to the table. We'll close today, and we reconvene at 1 o'clock sharp for the panel meeting on non-natives.
George is stepping down his chair.
Okay, I think we'll get the meeting started. I'd like to welcome everyone to the meeting of the Delta Independent Science Board, and today we're going to have, this afternoon, we're going to have a fun panel dealing with non-native species. I think all of you know we're initiated a review of the roles and impacts of non-native species in a dynamic delta, and to kick that off formally, we've decided to invite a distinguished group of panelists to talk to us sort of on the broad level of what are the big issues related to non-native species. And so we know you're invited because we know you're going to be bold and you're going to challenge us to think. So having said that, John Weems will be the moderator this afternoon. I'll turn the mic over to John.
It's on.
Okay. Yeah, as Steve said, this is the kickoff for a DISB review of non-native species, basically species turnover in the Delta. What's going to happen as species come and go in the Delta? It's easy to label this in terms of invasive species, which is a nice shorthand. We're trying to be a little bit more objective since there are all sorts of connotations of invasive species, but that's certainly a large part of what we're talking about, and it's certainly a large part of the problem in the Delta. I'm not going to read our prospectus to you, but I will highlight the 6 points that are going to be part of the focus of this review, so that you can begin to get your mind around the issues and begin to put the presentations today into the slots according to those points, whether or not they fit. One aspect is species turnover, simply the change in species. Another aspect is how that is going to impact ecosystems in the Delta. A third aspect is to look at how that affects ecological restoration, because there's going to be a lot of restoration going on in the Delta. Fourth aspect is to look at stressor interactions. We talk a lot about stresses on species and systems. How do these interact, and how does the appearance or disappearance of species as species turnover proceeds, how does that influence the form of species interactions and stressors? Ecosystem responses, how do the systems respond to all this that's going on? And assisted migration, we're talking up to that point about species doing this on their own, but as we're all aware, people move things around a lot, intentionally, unintentionally. How does that fit into the overall complexion? So that's the broad scope. We don't necessarily expect all of you to be addressing all of those points. As Steve said, we're interested in sort of broad perspectives on this. There are plans to follow this panel up with another panel later on in late winter, early spring that will look in more detail at the specifics in terms of Delta, which is not to say that you shouldn't be talking about things that influence the Delta, but we are going to begin to drill down a little bit more later on. So I'm going to ask Jim Klern to start off with this. Jim is a research scientist, a senior research scientist, because he's been there a long time with USGS, and with that, I'll turn it over to Jim. Let me mention also that you've got 20 minutes for your presentation. We're not going to be tremendously anal about holding you to the second, but I will try to, I'll wave my arm when you're getting close. And if you begin to run over, I'll get up and stand up. And if you run way over, I'll come up and stand beside you, which is the moment that you realize that if you continue to go on, I'm going to grab you and carry you off. So.
Okay, can you hear me okay? Is the microphone adjusted okay? Well, first of all, I want to thank you for the invitation. This is obviously an important topic, and it's a pleasure to contribute here. What I thought I would do in my 20 minutes is a mini review of non-native species introductions to the Delta and what their implications, what their effects have been. And so I'd like to review kind of 5 different lessons learned. And the first one is a primary lesson, and it's probably a key reason why you're focusing on this topic. And that is that invasive species can rapidly restructure biological communities. I'm going to give an example that you all know really well. It's an iconic example. It's recognized globally as an example, a profound example of how introduction of one non-native species can, in a short amount of time, restructure biological communities. And of course, that one species was the small clam Corbula amurensis. It's indigenous to rivers and estuaries of the West Pacific. It was first discovered in Suisun Bay in the autumn of 1986 by a biology class in Diablo Valley Junior College. Once the discovery was made, surveys were conducted across the Bay Delta system to look at the spatial distribution. This is an image from a 35 millimeter slide that's decades old and it's fuzzy. If you can see the individual circles here, those show where Corbula was found, and the size of the circles is proportional to the abundance, the number of animals per square meter. So what I'd like to show you next is what the distribution looked like 1 year later in the autumn of 1987. And within a year, this small clam had carpeted the bottom of the sediments of the northern part of San Francisco Bay. Abundance is on the order of thousands of animals per square meter. And of course, these are bivalve filter feeders. They feed on organic particles in the overlying water column, ranging in size from bacteria to phytoplankton to larval stages of copepods. And the response to this introduction of this single species was profound. And the response, in short, was a crash of the plankton food web. And so I'm showing here time series of annual measurements made primarily from the Interagency Ecological Program, going back to the 1970s. And the upper panel here shows the annual abundance of Corbula after it was introduced. And below that, 4 panels showing different components of the planktonic food web. So this panel shows phytoplankton biomass as chlorophyll. And these 4 panels all are centered around the long-term mean. So the black horizontal line is the long-term mean. The blue bars are above average and the red bars are below average. And so what you can see is that within the first year of its introduction, the phytoplankton community shifted from the blue phase to the red phase. And so Suisun Bay has been characterized by persistently low phytoplankton biomass since that introduction. And of course, phytoplankton is the source of organic matter produced at the base of the food web. It's a primary food resource for multiple components of the zooplankton community. And all of the key components of the zooplankton community had population collapses following the loss in their phytoplankton food supply. So you can see all of these shifted from blue to red in 1987. This is the rotifer cinquita. This is the calanoid copepod eurytemera. And this is the native mysid shrimp, Neomysis mercedes. So really clear transformative change in community biology of the Delta and the western part of Suisun Bay as a direct result of this introduction. The second lesson that I want to talk about is that these kinds of ecosystem scale changes in communities don't have to be associated with introductions of non-native species. There are cases around the world where similar kinds of restructuring of biological communities has happened as a consequence of environmental changes that caused the redistribution of species that were present there in the first place. And the best example that I know of this is from the Ringkøbing Fjord in Denmark. This is a lagoon-type estuary that has one connection to the sea. In this case, it's a connection to the North Sea. And that one connection has a control gate that allows for controlling water exchange between the North Sea and this lagoonal-type estuary. So a decision was made in 1995 to alter the operation of this control gate to enhance water exchange between the North Sea and the Ringkøbing Fjord. The reason for that is this lagoonal system is highly enriched in nutrients. There were water quality problems associated with nutrient enrichment, and the basic idea was to amplify water exchange between the lagoon and the North Sea to disperse both nutrients and to flush nutrients and phytoplankton from the lagoon. And as almost always happens when we muck around with water flow, there are biological surprises. And the suite of biological surprises that followed this change in the operation of this control gate was the introduction to the lagoon of not a non-native species, a species that is present in the region. This is the soft-shell clam Maya arenaria, another bivalve filter feeder. Prior to the change in operation of water exchange between the lagoon and the North Sea, this species was not present in the estuary. But within a year after that modification of water exchange, it colonized the lagoon, and you can see experienced a population explosion within a couple of years. The explanation for this is that one of the consequences of water exchange was to increase salinity. So presumably the salinity was too low for this marine clam to colonize this lagoon. After salinity increased as a result of amplified water exchange, this species could colonize that lagoon. And one of the kind of side points that I think is really important and something for us to remember, these are box plots showing the summer distribution of salinity before and after that change in exchange rate. And the salinity change was not large. We would not judge this to be a large salinity change. It was summer salinities on the order from 9 to 12, so a salinity increase of 3. So it's just kind of a reminder that, especially in low salinity habitats of estuaries, small changes in salinity can have big ecological effects. And the cascade of changes that took place inside this lagoon are very reminiscent of the cascade of changes that took place in Suisun Bay. So these are time series of annual measures of the biomass of benthic invertebrates in the sediments of this lagoon, and you can see that they ramped up rapidly, and this was primarily mollusk and primarily this marine clam, Maya arenaria. In synchrony with that was a rapid decrease in phytoplankton biomass as chlorophyll, just like we observed in Suisun Bay after the Corbula invasion. And then this kind of washed out time series of zooplankton abundance. So there was a decrease in zooplankton abundance, particularly copepods. And then there was a suite of other changes that took place in the lagoon. So there were changes in water transparency, there were changes in the spatial distribution of vascular plants, and there were decreases in bird use by water birds. So I chose this as an example to show that similar kinds of restructures of biological communities can take place, can follow changes in environmental state that allow for species that are present in the region to occupy habitats that they hadn't occupied previously. And for those of you who were around this area during the drought of 1976, 1977, we saw a very similar change that persisted for a year in Suisun Bay. So I'm going back to the same graph that you've seen before, and I want to point out this anomaly of low chlorophyll that happened during 1977. So 76, 77 were the driest consecutive years on record. salinity intruded into the upper estuary to the extent where marine species could occupy habitats in Suisun Bay that historically weren't able to occupy that part of the estuary. And this same species of clam, Maya arenaria, migrated upstream, established itself at pretty high abundances, and you see that this was a year of anomalously low phytoplankton biomass, and similarly low biomass of these components of the zooplankton community. So I think this is a one-year example of the transformation that took place in the Ringkøbing Fjord as a consequence of marine species invading low salinity habitats during droughts. So it's not just alien species that we should be thinking about. The third lesson is that non-native species can alter ecosystem functions, and we know this well from this study. And I want to talk about one function, and the function of primary production, and in particular, primary production by phytoplankton. So the upper panel here, again, this is IEP data. So the yellow graph here shows monthly variability of chlorophyll in Suisun Bay. The kind of purple line is the abundance of corbula after it was introduced. We made, and you can see this synchrony in the timing of that introduction and the loss of these summer blooms. We'd made measurements of phytoplankton primary production before and after this introduction, and from those measurements built a pretty simple empirical model that allows us to estimate primary production as a function of chlorophyll and turbidity, two things that we measure routinely. So by using that model, we see this step decrease of primary productivity that has persisted. So Suisun Bay is a very low productivity ecosystem. And one of the reasons is fast grazing on phytoplankton, preventing it from accumulating like it did in the past. So loss of primary producers means loss of the process of primary production. And to put this rate of primary production in a global context, a few years ago, I published a paper in which was a review of primary production in the world's estuaries. And so you can see that the x-axis here, the units are grams of carbon per square meter per year. It varies over 3 orders of magnitude when we look at estuaries around the world. And so this is the cumulative distribution ranked by their annual primary production. And if we look at the rate of annual primary production in Suisun Bay, it's down here. It's in the bottom 10% of that distribution. And so Suisun Bay is an inherently low primary productivity system right now. And of course, low productivity at the base of the food web has implications for productivity higher up the food chains in the estuary. And to put that in context, I'm showing this famous figure from a paper that Scott Nixon published in 1988, in which he compiled measures of fisheries yield and phytoplankton primary production across a range of marine ecosystem types. And these are the data points here, and you can see that there's a strong positive relationship between fisheries yield and primary production. And to put the current state of Suisun Bay in that perspective, we're in this range. And so this low primary productivity implies that there are constraints on the capacity of this system to support high production of species at higher trophic levels, including fish. Okay, the fourth lesson that I want to talk about, and John mentioned this as one of the themes of this working group, is interactions between species introductions as a disturbance and other kinds of disturbances. I think that this is a topic that we haven't thought enough about, and one of my pieces of advice to this group would be to put some effort into this theme of interactions. I think we have a lot to learn about this. I want to suggest two possible kinds of interactions, neither one of which is fully developed. I think we need to spend more work on them. So the first, and this, I'm going to pose this actually as a question, are there interactions between nutrient enrichment as a stressor and the success of introduced species in terms of colonizing habitats that weren't colonized before? So you've all either seen photos like this or you've experienced this yourself if you've been on the Delta, this proliferation of biomass accumulation of the non-native floating vascular plant, water hyacinth. It's a nuisance plant now. It's altered habitat quality for fish. Maybe Peter's going to say something about this. I'm not sure. And the time series in the upper left of this slide here shows a trend of increasing nitrate concentration in the San Joaquin River. So we know that the delta waters are highly enriched in nitrogen and phosphorus. We have a pretty good idea what the sources are. I think it's a reasonable question to ask, instead of spraying herbicides to deal with this problem, should we start thinking about reducing nutrient inputs to the delta? What are the interactions between invasive plants, both submerged and floating vascular plants, and the high nutrient state of the delta? The second example that I want to give is a little bit better developed, and it was developed in this paper that Monica Vinder and Alan Jaspy published. They did an analysis of this wonderful long-term observational record of the zooplankton communities in the Delta and Sassoon Bay. And the essence of this paper is in this very simple graph that shows, this is the relative biomass of native and introduced species of copepods, which are a key part of the zooplankton community. So you can see that in the 1970s, the community was a native copepod community, and within a decade, that situation transformed. There were 8 species of copepods that were introduced. They're all of them indigenous, again, to the West Pacific. And they now dominate the zooplankton community of Sassoon Bay and the Western Delta. This, I think, is an example of what Peter Moyle calls a novel ecosystem. There were, of course, ecological implications of this shift from native to non-native copepods, and one of them is that the introduced species, the non-native copepods, are smaller in form. They're less accessible as a food resource to pelagic fish, and so this has represented, among other things, a downshift in the quality of the food resource available to pelagic fish. So not only have we reduced the energy supply to support fish production, we've altered the quality of the food resource that they rely upon. I found this a really intriguing paper. I think that we might think of this as a hypothesis. They spent a fair amount of this paper looking at the time course of the introductions of these different species of copepods. So the arrows here show the timing of introductions of those copepods, and also 2 other mysid shrimp, so 10 non-native crustaceans. And one of the points that they tried to make in this paper is that those successful colonizations by these 10 crustacean species all happened during a multi-year period of low freshwater inflow and elevated salinity. It's another example of how salinity increase can lead to changes in biological communities. In this case, a shift from native to non-native copepods. So the red bars here, these are salinity series in Sassoon Bay and the Delta. The red bars are years of unusually high salinity. These are when X2 is 75 kilometers away from the Golden Gate or larger. So, and a second point that was made in this paper is that these anomalies of high salinity were a consequence, of course, of low precipitation and runoff, natural variability of the climate system, but also salinity increases associated with exporting water from the Delta, especially during the autumn time, during the autumn season. So the combination of human activities and natural variability of the climate system could have created circumstances that facilitated successful colonization of the estuary by these brackish species of copepods. Okay, the next lesson that I want to talk about is that non-native species can constrain outcomes of habitat restoration, and John talked about this theme as well, the theme of habitat restoration. And I want to give you an example from a study that we did in 1999 and 2000 in the Central Delta. We were comparing biological communities and processes in Frank's Tract and Mildred Island. These are 2 flooded island habitats. This study was supported by the CalFed Science Program, and this was an era when we were thinking hard about restoration, what kinds of habitats would be most beneficial to add back to the Delta. We were thinking about adding back shallow water, perennial shallow water habitats, because we know that shallow water habitats can be high productivity habitats. So we did a comparative analysis of phytoplankton primary production and its grazing by by invertebrates between these two systems. And the reason why we compared these two flooded island habitats is that we knew at the time that Frank's tract on the left was heavily colonized by another non-native species, the freshwater clam corbicula, that had been there for decades, whereas Mildred Island wasn't. So these two places that on the surface look like similar habitats had this big difference. One was colonized by this filter-feeding freshwater clam, the other wasn't. So on the basis of abundances of clams, their size and water temperature, we could calculate their filtration rate and how fast they were removing phytoplankton from the overlying water column, and we compared that against the source of phytoplankton biomass primary production that what we measured. And what we found is that these two places function very differently. In Frank's tract, grazing by the freshwater clam corbicula exceeded internal primary production, and so that meant that Frank's tract was an importing system. It was importing phytoplankton biomass from surrounding connected channel habitats, and the exact opposite was true of Mildred Island. In Mildred Island, because there was much smaller abundance of corbicula, its grazing rate was less than the rate of primary production. So the food supply at the base of the food web exceeded the capacity of this invasive clam to control it. And so Mildred Island turns out to be an exporting system. It's subsidizing production by invertebrates in the channels to which it's connected. So of course this lesson has important implications for habitat restoration, and in particular restoration, rebuilding of shallow water habitats, because the outcomes of adding shallow water habitat to the delta are going to be determined largely by the extent to which they're colonized by either of these two invasive clams. And I think this is a reminder of why floodplains, inundation of floodplains, has been such a successful strategy of amplifying primary production. We know this from a number of natural and experimental inundations of floodplains like the Yola bypass that can have bursts of productivity when they are inundated. And I think the key to success is that these floodplains have not been inundated for a long enough period of time for them to be colonized by either of these clams. So there are opportunities for bursts of production by phytoplankton and the zooplankton that feed upon them, but the inundation isn't long enough period of time for these competitors, these bivalve competitors, to take hold of the energy flow in these systems. So management of open water habitats in a restoration context might make sense to do it on a seasonal basis to prevent these invaders from controlling the fate of primary production in these systems. Okay, the last lesson that I want to talk about, and for me personally it's the most important lesson among the five, is that everything that I've shown you, everything that I've told you today, are lessons that we've learned from repeated observations over time, either in long-term research programs or in monitoring programs. We are very fortunate in California to have monitoring and research programs that have been sustained over periods of decades. We've measured states of the ecosystem before, during, and after many different species introductions, and so we know a substantial amount about this subject on the basis of repeated observations over time. The reason why I'm saying this, and you're all aware of this, but I want to highlight this important point, unless these programs are mandated by law, they are at risk. They are at continual risk of disappearing. I know this personally. I've been working in San Francisco for 43 years. Every year it gets harder and harder to keep that observational program going. And that's not a unique story. That's not a unique circumstance. Observational programs are at risk globally. They're disappearing. They are very difficult to start or restart. And if they're not being dismantled, they're being scaled back in terms of the kinds of measurements that are being made and the spatial and temporal coverage. So just a reminder to the members of the Independent Science Board how important this style of Earth system science is, of repeated observations over time, sustained indefinitely. If we think about the incredibly challenging decisions that members of the State Water Board, for example, have to face, imagine how much more difficult it would be to make those kinds of decisions in complete darkness in the absence of this kind of data. So, thank you very much.
Thank you, Jim. Couple of observations. One is that it's pretty obvious that thinking there are going to be simple solutions to these problems is naive and won't work. There are always hidden complexities and unanticipated consequences and new surprises that come along. And the second observation is the one you concluded with, that you don't see any of this unless you've got the data to look at. And therefore, if we're going to look ahead to how non-native species changes are going to be handled in the Delta, one of the messages that comes out of that is the need for reliable, sustainable support for the long-term studies that will tell you what's going on. And if you don't have that and you don't know what's going on, then in the long run, your management solutions are bound to fail. So with that, I'll open it up to any questions that the Joy has.
Are those water samples stored? Oops. Are the water samples stored so that they can be reanalyzed in perpetuity to check on associates of these species that you notice changing?
Are you talking about the zooplankton samples?
Yep. All of these.
I don't know the answer to that question, but I bet somebody in the room does. This is a program run by the Interagency Ecological Program, and I don't know the extent to which they archive samples.
Would you recommend it?
It's really funny because we're in the middle of a laboratory move right now, and we're asking ourselves, what do we do with all these old samples? So what's your advice, Joy? It's an expense, and you can't anticipate how they're going to be used, but almost certainly what's going to happen is some point in time we're going to kick ourselves for losing these.
I know that fish samples were kept for the Great Lakes, and Jake van der Zanden did a good job of going back through those bottles and figuring out how things change.
Yeah. So not only keeping the programs going, but keeping the samples that have been collected as part of those programs.
Yeah, more expense. Thank you.
Anyone else on the
Sorry
board?
about that.
Any questions from the public? Yeah.
I was wondering if you considered. Go to the microphone. Which microphone? My name's Tom Zuckerman. I was wondering if you considered the change in salinity between Mildred and Frank's Track as one of the factors on the clam abundance, because you mentioned it as being critical in the outset.
I think that's an interesting question. At the time, we scratched our heads over the question, why is one flooded island populated by this invasive clam and not the other one? And we didn't have an answer at the time. That was almost 20 years ago, and I don't know if that question has been answered, but certainly there are differences in the salinity regimes of those two flooded islands depending on which barriers are in place and the export pumping regime. So certainly they do have different salinity regimes. I don't know if that plays a role in this, but I think it's a good question.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to our next speaker. Ted Groschholz is a professor in the Department of Environmental Science and Policy at UC Davis. So without further ado, here's Ted.
Hi, everyone. Well, thank you for inviting me to participate with this group. I'm going to start out with just a little bit of, let's see, I guess thought that was going to be forward. Okay. Right click or left click? I was trying left click, it's not working, and the wheel is working. Okay, I would rather left click, but well, hopefully this will work. So just basically the views that I'm going to be expressing today are a function of sort of my background. I've worked on aquatic invasive species in a range of habitats from freshwater to ocean systems. I've worked on plants and animals across a range of different groups. I'm an empiricist, so most of it's experimental work, but I've been involved in meta-analyses and making decision support tools and writing state and federal management plans. So there's a lot of baggage, good and bad, in what I'll be presenting here. Let's see, make sure I don't over-click here. I will sort of discuss some of the issues raised in the prospectus. So we did some work a couple years ago looking at sort of global changes in climate and sources of invasive species. How is this happening? Oh no. 1 second here. I don't know how this happened, but okay, I may have to click back here. So I changed versions. It seems to have an auto advance here, so I got rid of that, but not in this one. So in climates, and so the long and the short of this is we found that the sources will be changing in the future due to climate change. Economies and vectors will mean that the trade will also change over time. So it's going to be very complicated to predict which species and where they're coming from in the future. So this is going to be more than just an immediate matching up of climate ranges. In terms of impact, Jim did a great job of talking about ecological impacts. That's how I've spent much of my career. I'm happy to answer any questions about ecological impact of invaders. This very briefly is a summary that I wrote with Susan Williams about the economic impacts. And as you can see, most species don't have such, but there are a number that have had really dramatic economic impacts. So these are real numbers, and I think we need to keep that in mind. So I would argue that even the smaller numbers that are important have really had big impacts. A couple quick messages. This is something I put together actually for a chapter I did with Jim, is looking at introduced species costs as a function of the area that they cover. And you can see it's a very linear line. This is, of course, a log scale, but the long and the short of this is it costs a great deal more to control species once they've expanded their range. So I think this is something we all know. Rapid response is crucial. Get in there early. I'm sure Marcel will say more or less the same thing, too. A couple things to think about, though. So there are a number of examples of AIS that have declined dramatically after their introduction. Unfortunately, not Corbula, which is now Potama Corbula. I wish that was the case. But Chinese mitten crabs, green crabs, Asian copepods, work by Wim Kimmerer shows this, have really declined rapidly since they were introduced. So there are some species where we may be able to kind of wait it out, if you will. Plant AIS have not shown this, so pretty much every plant that we know holds to that invasion curve, and I've asked around about this at the recent CalIPSI meetings. We don't really have a good example of, without management, of a plant that has backed up, if you will, or lost ground. So, important comparison there. Managing invasions, of course, this is outside of the scope of what we do, but we may want to think of somehow drawing some lines around the delta, but really the most effective management is preventing new invasions far and away. Sorry about the advance. Aquatic invasions come by different methods. We certainly know about ballast water and fouling. Number of species. This is a paper we published a few years ago about this, but you can see there are a number of species that come in with other vectors. So we really need to pay attention to those. These two, ballast water and biofouling, are the only ones that are really managed to reduce invasions. And we know that some of the more important ones, at least in ocean systems, the red lionfish, which is the scourge of the Caribbean and southeastern U.S., came in likely due to ornamental introductions. So we really need to pay attention to those. I do want to touch on restoration. I've been involved in some of this, and I think that there are ways, and as Jim said, we can use restoration effectively in different types of restoration and be thoughtful about this. Lots of ecosystems, the Delta, have been a focus of restoration. There are some examples now of good ones where restoration of habitats can disproportionately favor native species. We're not looking to get rid of the invasive species, but the idea is to sort of tip the scale towards native species. And we've shown that native oyster and eelgrass restoration has accomplished this. It's sort of off the screen here, a paper we put together, Kathy Boyer and other colleagues. There's some new restoration efforts in the Delta now to take care of the spraying of plants that Jim showed. So there's some efforts, they're very sort of introductory efforts to establish native aquatic plants to displace invaders. And this is work that DWR is undertaking now in a couple different places. So the hope there is if native plants can get introduced, established, and they'll take care of and perhaps reduce at least the amount of spraying that we need to do to control invasive plants. Climate change and responses. We know that climate change has different impacts on native and introduced species. We have this sort of generalization that the non-natives tend to tolerate climate stressors better. We don't really know that that's the case. There are some studies, however, that I helped participate in that shows that in general, yes, native species do tend to tolerate better, but the responses don't always follow generalizations. There's a lot of examples of the opposite happening. Interestingly, the invaders in aquatic systems are more likely to outperform the natives. So again, it's not a complete generalization. But the aquatic species tend to do better. You can see some of these points down here. The non-natives are really performing very badly. Oops. In terms of impacts on specific species, it's very difficult, as you can see. Generalizations are hard to find. In terms of ecological interactions, predator-prey interactions, food web interactions, it's even more difficult to predict these sorts of things because of a number of things. The species are changing, but the prey behavior and predator behavior is changing also. So this is some work that we conducted in another estuary outside of San Francisco called Tamales Bay, where we have a native oyster and 2 different introduced predators, 2 oyster drills, and temperature influences one dramatically and not the other. So the identity of which predators will be having impacts will change dramatically over temperature gradients. And this is just one gradient. Jim pointed to salinity. There's lots of other gradients that influence these organisms. So even over one gradient, these are difficult to make. Increased temperature increases nutrient stress, increases the activity of the predator, it increases the hiding and the avoidance behavior of the prey. So these things are going to be tough to make predictions about in the future. Okay, so manage relocation. Yes, this is a bit of a tongue-in-cheek example, perhaps maybe underscores my faith in this as a method for the future. Managed relocation, of course, has been proposed to assist recovery of threatened and endangered species. Think of an extreme example, again, a bit of a tongue-in-cheek example of relocating Florida manatees into the Delta. They'll control water weeds. They are amazing aquatic herbivores. They will provide different populations for recovery, so it could be a win-win. But of course, this is extremely unlikely. It's too cold, although maybe it might change in 20 years under climate change. Too many boats, lots of other things. There was a UC Davis managed relocation symposium a year ago. This is really sort of a very speculative option, low certainty, even with some of the better study systems. So I think we're going to have to put this on the shelf in terms of a savior for the future. Horizon scanning. Okay, so what I'd like to suggest here very briefly is that we look ahead a little bit. Instead of using the same old toolbox for thinking about invasions, we think about some of the ones in the future. Some of these are really not ready for prime time. So gene drive and autocidal control. This has been suggested for controlling invasive species. If you have, say, some sort of suicide gene and you can get it spread through the population through meiotic drive or other mechanisms, you could have an impact. This requires very rapid generation times, quite a lot of movement through populations. It's been proposed for mosquitoes, could work for rodents on islands, probably not for most of the systems we're working on. eDNA, environmental DNA, so samples from the environment to look for species that are rare, difficult to sample. Could be used for surveillance and monitoring. It's really struggling right now with reducibility. Happy to answer some questions there. The use of this for metabarcoding is also very difficult to reproduce. So this might be a little bit more useful in 5 or 10 years once some of these issues have been ironed out. But I think the initial interest in this has been now complicated with a lot of complexity. Citizen science. Notice how I'm calling this community science now, because we can involve people from the community even if they're not citizens. So let's call it community science, not my language, of course. But I think the issue here is the issue that John raised and Jim raised about the need for monitoring and early detection is our budgets aren't getting any larger. And this is very labor-intensive stuff. And involving community members to assist with much of this has to be a vision for the future. This is an active area of research for the social scientists. There's a lot of interest in how to do it and ways to do it. And I think we're going to have to look at this as a way of accomplishing some of our work. And a couple other things. This is, again, these are some ideas put out by Ricciardi in their paper in 2017. The idea that rapid adaptation can be due to epigenetic processes and not simply genetic variation, so simply just looking at genetic diversity may not, inform us a great deal about what will happen in the future. But the idea, this again, touching on preventing invasions, looking for opportunities for international cooperation. So if we're looking for where things are coming from and going to, we need to begin to talk to people outside of California and the Delta about where things are coming into. So, okay, so I'd like to just spend the last couple minutes trotting out a framework that I've been working on with Stephanie Green, who's now an assistant professor at the University of Alberta. Has worked quite a lot on lionfish and some other things, to sort of provide just some thoughts about how we might think about some of the management decisions that many of us have to make, or some of us have to make. And this is just basically a rehashing of the invasion curve, and this is looking at sort of resources identified by these gray boxes, and then sort of the standard stages of invasion, introduction, establishment, range expansion, and so forth. So the idea is that rapidly the population may outstrip the resources available to actually do something. So what we've tried to do is to sort of formalize the likelihood of risk of management failure. So, of course, you could draw a lot of particular axes. We created ones where the geographic extent, which we have already shown and I think many people know is important, the degree of population connectivity, negative density dependence, which will take a minute description, but in short, this is the propensity to basically rebound as a result of harvest. It's called overcompensation. We've unfortunately demonstrated that ourselves, quite unfortunately. But the idea that maybe that harvest may actually provide the opposite response of what you're looking to. So populations differ on these axes. A species that is very far along these axes in any one of these directions is going to be unlikely to be managed well. So that would be a high risk of failure. Species at the low end of all of these will be more successful. So what we've tried to do is take some of this and turn this into a bit of a decision tree. So we're working on this as an aid or assistance to managers. Of course, we don't expect this to be the only basis for decision. But putting some of this information together, is it established? Is there high connectivity? Are there different sorts of impacts? Are the invasion effects nonlinear? To try to provide sort of a rationale for choices of eradication versus containment, suppression, and walk away with, not doing anything at all. And just lastly, just to sort of show some information here, we've done the survey. This sort of unfortunately got cut off. But we have over 200 respondents throughout the U.S. and Canada from the resource management world who deal with invasions, and this is a number of respondents and what they've done. And you can see based on that sort of observation of the invasion, whether it's sort of established or we just found it or whether it's spreading, that does obviously influence what sorts of what sort of management actions they undertake. So we know that this is happening. We know managers are making these kinds of decisions, and we want to be able to say something about how they might better improve that decision process. So. Okay, so just some quick conclusions here. So predicting new species and sources is going to be, I wouldn't say a fool's errand, but very difficult. Focusing on managed invasions. The vectors, you don't need to know where they're coming from. You don't need to know which species, but if you can stop the vector, if you can stop the species from coming in that way, then you'll be able to do that. The impacts are very obvious on economies and ecosystems. They're extremely variable. I mean, many of these things don't have much of an impact. It's difficult to predict which ones, but as Jim and others have pointed out, they're certainly there. Restoring historically important habitats, I think that's the key, so that it's not as if you rebuild the field, they'll come, But if it really is a habitat that species have evolved to use, the natives will use that effectively. Not to the elimination of invaders, but certainly they'll do that well. Climate change impacts are going to be very difficult. The physiology is even complicated. Trying to predict how this will influence even sort of simple trophic interactions or sort of community level processes is going to be hard. Managed relocation is probably not likely to be useful in the future. And I just would like to suggest that we're adding this potential framework to sort of help with some of these decisions. Okay, well, I will stop there. And there's my invasion curve.
Well, you've still got 4 minutes to go.
Yeah, sorry.
Questions from the panel, from the board? Go ahead.
Could you say a little bit more about your fourth conclusion, which was restoring historically important habitats can increase the proportion of native species? And I'm assuming that by extension you mean this will decrease invasibility?
It's not so much that it'll decrease invasibility, it'll increase the relative abundance and the use of these habitats by native species. So our observations, and again, this is going to be habitat specific, whether this will work for deep channeled, levied, relatively unnatural channels in the delta, probably not. Some of the shallower areas, probably more likely, as Jim and probably Peter would suggest. So I think a lot of it has to do with, in a sense, the sort of the shape, the morphology, the ecological structure of the habitat, and whether native species will be able to use that effectively. So it's not about keeping invaders out. It's just that native species are more likely to perform better in those types of habitats.
I noticed you made a caveat that we're not always necessarily trying to keep out the invaders, but to favor.
Yes, this is really just a tool
natives.
for kind of tipping the balance, if you will. I mean, certainly in very invaded species and systems, we're not going to be able to exclude or get rid of things, but if we can shift the balance towards more native species, and presumably, this is to be measured, the ecosystem function that they bring. Of course, if native and invaders have equivalent function, it doesn't make any difference. But if ecosystem function and services are our criteria, but the hope would be that a more native system might function better, and we can discuss whether that's the case or not too.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. I wanted to ask a question about your conclusion that managed relocations are not likely to be useful. I understand we might be a little premature for manatees, although they can eat an awful lot of weeds. But would that extend then to the attempts that are currently ongoing to find insects that ate water hyacinths in South America and grow them and introduce them up here? I mean, I'm a little skeptical of that, but I'm just curious your thoughts on that.
Well, biological control per se, so is that what you're asking about, so control agents? I mean, that's a little bit different. I mean, the general thought behind managed relocation is the focus are threatened endangered species, and we're moving those around. No, that's right, but I mean, I think that the possibility of moving control agents has potential. I mean, there's a century, at least, of history of success and failure of biological control. There are many really good reviews of that, Murdoch and many others. One of the greatest successes actually were water weeds and in aquatic systems and flea beetles. So I mean we've seen biological control be extremely effective for aquatic weeds. Alligator weed. I'm not sure we even understand why it was so successful, but certainly there have been successes. So if we can repeat those, certainly it's a great opportunity. It doesn't always work. So.
I was interested in that graph.
Oh, sorry.
No, the light's on. I was interested in the graph you showed with the survey, where eradication didn't seem to.
Not to be common.
Yeah.
Yeah, so in aquatic systems, now I will have to defer a little bit to some of the plant systems, but we'll say for estuarine and marine system, not freshwater, there have been more successes in actually lake and other systems, but there have been a very small handful of successful eradications and attempts. In fact, in fully marine systems, there has never been ever an attempt of a release of the biological control agent. ever. It's been thought about. But so some things have just not reached that particular point. So yes, eradications were small in number. Yeah.
Questions? Questions from the public? Are you happy? Okay. Well, thank you, Ted. We'll move on to Peter Moyle, who is with the departments keep changing their names, so.
Center for Watershed Science. They do.
Peter is with the Department of Wildlife, Fish, and Conservation, and I gather it used to be something other than conservation. Oh, okay. So, Peter.
Well, this is going to be a bit of a departure for me and hopefully for you. I've decided not to use PowerPoint, which for me is a radical departure. And I'm also going to be taking this from a fairly high elevation perspective, maybe the 5,000 foot, maybe 1,000 feet is better. I'll be back on the ground and up in the air. Because what I want to talk about is this idea of novel ecosystems and the role of non-native species in the Delta ecosystem. And part of this idea is to get a little away from the focus on invasive species, which of course are spectacular and do a lot of damage, and get down to the mundane species which are there and well established. Because what you find is that most, if not all, of the landscapes and ecosystems of California have been highly altered by human activity. And they contain non-native species as integrated members of their biotic assemblages. You can go anywhere in California, almost any system you want to look at, you'll find non-native species there, very happy, side by side with native species. It doesn't mean there haven't been extinctions and significant declines, but they do coexist. And while new harmful invasive species keep arriving and some old ones keep spreading, most of the species that have been around longer than 40 or 50 years really have settled in. If they were once harmful, that harm is history, and likely cannot be undone. And this means we can no longer treat most of our non-natives as evil invaders, but as naturalized citizens. I think maybe some thinking along those lines might make some jobs easier. Therefore, if we want to protect and preserve the remaining native species, we have to recognize that they are living in close association with well-adapted non-native species. In fact, many of the non-native species may be better adapted to the rapidly changing environments of California than the native species. Indeed, I see all these species now together as novel ecosystems. The term's not novel, not my creation, but because there's a lot of people who've been working on this. But I define them a bit more narrowly, perhaps, fitting the California model than do the originators of the term. I call novel ecosystems as those ecosystems that exist in landscapes that are highly disturbed by recent human activity and that contain mixtures of native and non-native species, with humans as integral parts of the ecosystem. In other words, we're another non-native species, but we're in charge. You could argue, in fact, that people are the main drivers of the species composition and of the function of these systems, as I mentioned, we're in charge, but we're really not doing a very good job of managing these systems, as most of you probably know. I want to give some examples from my experience. This is also where I'm going to deviate from what we were instructed to do. And then I'm not going to talk exclusively about the Delta, but I want to talk about areas that I know very well from my own experience, sort of give you some background to say what I'm talking about when it comes to novel ecosystems is not just a Delta phenomenon, it's much more widespread. And I'll go back to 1970. When I began my first study on California fishes, which was a survey of the fishes of the San Joaquin watershed. One of my early lessons was that the native minnows and other fishes were found primarily in a narrow band of stream reaches in the foothills between 500 and 5,000 feet. These fishes were also largely absent from the reservoirs that happened to be present in those areas. And on the valley floor, though, the main fishes I found were various bass, sunfish, catfish, other non-native species that I thought I'd left behind when I left Minnesota for Fresno. Above the 5,000-foot level, the streams were dominated by non-native trout or by transplanted, if native to California, rainbow trout. So right away, when my first experience working with California fish, inland fishes, was to find out how pervasive novel ecosystems were, even though I didn't recognize them as such at the time. Interestingly, the main place I found native and non-native species together was in the cool tailwaters right below dams, artificial habitats of the right flows and temperatures. A lesson I learned from all this was that non-native fishes were found mostly in highly disturbed habitats, while native species were found in less disturbed habitats, but habitats that had adequate cool water. Overall, non-native species dominated most aquatic habitats in biomass, number, and species richness. So even, again, back in the ancient days of the 1970s, a lot of the things we're seeing today were already present. But the abundance of native fishes in rivers below dams where adequate flows were released also suggested that if we create the right kind of habitat, some native fishes could remain part of the local assemblages. For example, the Yolo bypass is an artificial floodplain that is intentionally farmed with ditches and drains that contain an abundance of a few hardy non-native species such as carp, mosquito fish, silversides, and so forth. Yet in the winter, when it floods at the right times, the bypass can also serve as an increasingly important rearing area for juvenile Chinook salmon, as well as for spawning and rearing of the native Sacramento splittail and a few other fishes. Or you can take a look at Suisun Marsh, which my laboratory has been sampling monthly now for 40 years. Although it looks good from a distance, this is where a slide would be nice, showing how beautiful Suisun Marsh actually looks. It looks beautiful from a distance, but the 470 square kilometer marsh is heavily diked and managed for duck hunting, with little natural tidal marsh remaining. The vegetation is a mixture of native and non-native species, eucalyptus trees, for example, are the principal nesting trees of the native herons and egrets that eat both native and non-native fish. Giant tidal gates keep the water in the marsh fresh, or at least brackish during the summer and fall. Nevertheless, in a typical sampling month, we catch 25 to 30 species of fish in the tidal channels, about half of which are native. Interestingly enough, some of the non-native fishes, such as striped bass, American shad, and common carp, have been around since the 1870s. They have life cycles very similar to native fishes and respond to environmental change in a similar fashion. So I'll get back to that. But one of the best documented novel ecosystems is Lower Pewter Creek. Again, another freshwater system, but it's in my backyard. And Pewter Creek flows into the Yolo bypass, so maybe that qualifies for this presentation. But it's maintained by flow releases from two dams, specifically the Monticello Dam on the upper creek. And it flows from the lowermost dam down to the Yolo bypass, about 27 kilometers. A flow regime was designed to favor native fishes, and that was instituted in the year 2000 as a result of a settlement agreement with the water agency. The water represents about 5 to 10% of the annual yield of the watershed. These flows were remarkably successful in expanding the native fish populations. They now dominate the fish fauna for over half the stream length. As the cool water temperature at the release site equilibrates with the air, and this happens as the water flows through the deeply incised channel, the native fishes gradually give way to non-native warm water fishes. So here's a system where artificial flows can maintain the native fishes, but only as long as that water stays cool. But the fish are only part of the story. Once the creek became a living stream again, interest in the creek by local people was galvanized, and dozens of old car bodies and refrigerators and huge amounts of other junk were removed from the creek banks. Restoration projects were planned and implemented. As water became more available for plants, the narrow band of riparian forest flourished, with native plants being most abundant along the same reaches that supported the native fish, which I thought was rather a nice finding. Bird populations have also flourished, as do mammals such as otter and beaver. But the system is still a novel one, even though we have all these native species that are flourishing. First off, it's there because people wanted it there, and it's managed by us very intensively to favor native species. The channel is deeply incised with levees on both sides, and it flows through an agricultural landscape, so it's a totally artificial environment. It's not going to go back to anything remotely approaching the multi-channel system we once had. The biota then is a mixture of native species and non-native species from all over the world. And the risk of boring people, I want to read you a list from one of our inventories of the biota of the creek and its riparian system. There are 46 species of trees, 35% of them are non-native species. 39 species of shrubs, 23% are non-natives. Herbaceous plants, 198 species have been counted, 61% of them are alien or non-native. Butterflies, 31 species, 25%. Fish, 35 species, 63%. Amphibians, 4 species, 25% alien. Reptiles, 10 species, 10% non-native. Birds, 92 breeding species. There are 242 species in all that have been recognized there. Only 3% are non-native. For mammals, it's 31 species and 11% non-native species. Obviously, we have a system here where wherever you go, from insects to the higher to birds and mammals, you have a system that's a mixture of native and non-native species. So what does this mean for management? And here are some suggestions. First off, engage in prevention on a wide scale. That's already been emphasized, from education to restricting internet sales of non-native species. For aquatic species, for example, it'd be relatively easy to develop a whitelist of permitted species. This is hated by the aquarium industry, but you could do that. You could say, these are the species you can allow to keep in your aquarium stores, everything else is banned. That might prevent some new invasions. But then provide resources to go after invaders early in the process, like we have an oil spill prevention program in California. Convert that to one that's also an invasive species prevention program. Go after, and in a way we did that once with northern pike up in the Sierras. We had a huge cost because of incompetence. Pike were eradicated from 2 reservoirs in the Upper Feather River Basin. But we have quagga mussels are coming in, and are we really ready for them? Can we eradicate them as they come in? And the Nutria is another example of a species that's now here. We should be doing a lot more to eradicate it because we can. There are just some restrictions there. But then, go beyond that, recognize that most non-native species are no longer invasive. Really, and if they ever were, concentrate on problem species in problem areas, and those two things go together. Typically, it's the habitat change that tends to favor non-native species. Many integrated non-native species, such as striped bass, could be regarded as desirable species as indicators of good habitat conditions that also favor non-native species. Striped bass is actually a good example of this because it's a true estuarine fish. It has a life cycle that depends on a fully functioning estuary. And it's also still abundant enough so that you can monitor it and really see what it's doing. Most of the natives that have similar life cycles are just getting too rare to be very effective for monitoring. Delta smelt is just about gone, for example. So the striped bass can serve as this really good indicator species. And another thing to do is to engage in studies on the nature of novel ecosystems in the Delta and California. Do these ecosystems represent the future of the world? I mean, California, we're ahead of everybody, right? Maybe this is another place where we're in the lead. Are our novel ecosystems changing in predictable ways? And this is something that we can really, from all our ecological knowledge, can we predict how they're going to be changing? Are they more stable, for example, and complex because they have higher numbers of species than these regions did historically? Or are they less stable with a temporary spike in species that have not interacted sufficiently to decide who will be around in the future? And what is the role of non-native species in extinction and the decline of natives? Are they active participants in these extinctions? Or are they just beneficiaries of the habitat change that's unfavorable to native species? These are key questions that are not really all that well answered for most species. Another thing to do is determine the value of manageable species, such as fish, that are part of the novel ecosystems, and manage accordingly, regardless of whether they are native or non-native. Act like we're in charge. Again, I think for many of these species, the discrimination between native and non-native no longer makes a lot of sense. recognize that any action taken to benefit a native species is also likely to benefit, or not, a suite of other species as well, especially non-native species. In other words, you can do a restoration project in the Delta, and you say this is going to benefit Delta smelt. It may, but it's also going to benefit striped bass, Mississippi silversides, and a whole array of other species. So everything is tied to everything else. And for example, in the Delta, restoration activities for native fish species are increasingly focused in what we call the North Delta habitat arc, which is this arc of habitat that starts in the Yolo bypass, goes down through the Cache-Lindsay Slough region, down the Sacramento River, past Rio Vista and Twitchell Island, and down into Susi and Marsh. That's an all interconnected bunch of habitat. It goes from brackish water to freshwater. That's where most of the native fishes are today. It's also where most of the restoration projects are today, for good reason, because it actually works. In contrast, we can abandon the South and Central Delta to non-native fish, the non-native species, because unless it drains drastically, it's too warm and too lake-like to support most of our native fishes. So it would be better to take an ecosystem perspective, therefore, when you're managing these systems, and include goals for non-listed native species, for non-native indicator species, for birds and other vertebrates. In other words, really treat these species together, not just focus on single species. On the opposite end of the Delta, where the pumps reign supreme over a diked landscape, as I mentioned, let's just admit we've decided that the South and Central Delta is a habitat for warm water fish and fisheries with little room for most native species. That's because it's very controversial to even say that, because there's a lot of pressure to build a corridor through the South Delta for salmonids, to get the salmon from the San Joaquin River and the San Joaquin tributaries, to get them through the Delta. Right now, the mortality rates of those salmon is around 99.9%. Most of them don't make it through. Ironically, and this fits into the novel ecosystem concept pretty well, the highest survival rates of these salmonids, juvenile salmon that are coming out of the San Joaquin system, is in the fish that are captured by the big pumps in the South Delta, and the ones that are captured and then salvaged, as they say, then released at the bottom of the deltas where they can swim more easily out to sea. Radical changes might require radical solutions. And above the delta, note that the tailwater flows below dams are important habitat for native species. But at the same time, they're usually coexisting with one or more non-native species as well. But it is possible in these systems to experimentally manage them for both native and non-native species, and not just for salmonids. They sort of present an interesting research opportunity to figure out how you can manage systems for the species you want. In short, what I'm recommending, probably very naively, is that we view Delta ecosystems as novel systems and manage them accordingly. This means, of course, using an adaptive management framework, or as Wim Kimmerer likes to say, experimental management. We have to use this kind of a framework in which the outcome that favors both native and non-native species would not be regarded as a failed outcome. We have to demonstrate we really are in charge, and we're really serious about managing these systems as ecosystems, regardless of whether the players are native or non-native. So thank you. Is that too short for you?
No, that's pretty good. You did well. One of the points you raised about sort of the North Delta versus the South Delta, by a ridiculous degree of extension, suggests that one ought to practice some sort of triage in places. And there are places in which, regardless of whether you consider the non-natives to be invasive or adapted newcomers, you just basically don't put your efforts there. Which raises another question in terms of degrees of novelty. Is there some point at which things become too novel, too dominated by non-natives? And is that something that management should be paying attention to? Is that societal judgment? We're getting off onto
Yeah.
deep philosophical
Well,
things.
South Delta
here.
is a good example of a species, of a system that's gone all the way to pretty much be dominated by non-natives. The fish are certainly there. Most of the plants, Egeria densa, the Brazilian waterweed, is the dominant aquatic plant there, and it's favored by a suite of introduced fishes. There's only one or two native species that are there in any numbers at all. It's heavily influenced by the pumps in terms of the water flow. I'm sure most of the invertebrates, except for the aquatic insects, are non-native species. Certainly the crustaceans, the crayfish, and the Siberian prawn, which are there, are non-native. So there's an example of a system that has gone all the way. And to bring it back to something that with more desirable features, and that desirable features, of course, is related to what we think is desirable. And we, meaning the establishment, so to speak, because we talk about how great it is to have native fish and so forth in the system. If you live in that part of the world, in that delta, you think it's just great because you have good fisheries for largemouth bass and bluegill and catfish. But they're all, these are the same species you have good fisheries for up in the reservoirs or good fisheries back in Tennessee or Iowa. I don't know if that answered your question or not, but we are in a position where we can choose what we want. But we can't, if we're going back, a place like the South Delta, trying to restore that, bring it back to a system that favors native fish, is extraordinarily difficult. It'd take a lot of water for one thing, and which I don't think is there.
Well, it has to do with what your objectives are in restoration. And ultimately, these kinds of decisions rest upon value judgments and who values what. And it seems to me that that is a theme that is going to run throughout our review, that you prefer not to think about it that way perhaps, but that's the reality. And that is going to govern how we think about restoration, about management of the system in the future, that it's not all about science.
No, not at all. Now, that's why I increasingly talk about desirable versus undesirable species as opposed to native versus non-native.
Joy.
You didn't say much about plants, if anything, but
plants,
those green things out there. Yeah. Do you see huge effects of the aliens on the fish? I know some of your work has talked about the floating aquatics, but what about the marshes and how the drier habitats have changed? Are they affecting fish?
They don't affect fish directly so much, although they do. The main effects on fish tend to be with the aquatic macrophytes of various sorts and so forth. Obviously, a lot of the riparian plants in the Delta and in Sioux Sea Marsh are non-native, and no one's really looked at that kind of interaction of how they affect the aquatic communities. They are treated pretty much as natives and non-natives are all alike. They drop their leaves into the water. The leaves become organic matter. Presumably, that organic matter is good for invertebrates and things, especially benthic invertebrates, upon which a lot of the fishes feed. But Marcel might be more aware of plant studies than I am, certainly.
And the aquatic invaders are mostly negative effect, are they?
Well, once they've been looked at, certainly there's all the concern is over things like Brazilian waterweed, Egeria densa, and water hyacinth, and there's come out a few other species that have been moving in recently. That's where the concern seems to be. But for example, there's both a native and non-native species of Myriophyllum out there, pondweed. And they look very close, very similar to me, and I don't know if anybody knows if they have a different ecological function or not. But they both support good communities of aquatic invertebrates, so they presumably are good for fish.
So I shouldn't generalize that alien aquatics are negatively affecting native fish.
Yeah,
I shouldn't say that.
Yeah, they're all together in the same place, the natives and the non-natives, and the native plants and the non-native plants.
Thank you.
And the question is really, how dynamic are those systems? Are they always going to be that way, or are they going to, next year, are they going to be different? That's one of the things we don't know very well. Goes back to long-term studies, indeed.
The last thing you mentioned, I was thinking throughout of the, if you're living near a place and you want to fish, this is great. Have the fish agencies changed where they're valuing native species more than the game species that say, 2 million anglers a year or in California are interested in, the bass and the catfish and the sunfish? Is there a balance, or is it actually shifted more towards wanting to maintain native species?
I think that the shift in the agencies has been towards native species, especially endangered ones, which is, in a way, it's too bad because that focuses on very few species, of which is very hard to do much with. A lot of focus on salmon, of course. The Department of Fish and Game hardly pays any attention to reservoirs, for example, at all anymore, and they're a major place where people fish. It's just like in the South Delta, they're finally reinitiating some resident fish surveys because we have all these surveys that go on in the main channels of the rivers dealing with pelagic fish because of Delta smelt and salmon, and we have a lot of data on these species. But when you go to the species like largemouth bass and bluegill and so forth, and catfishes, we actually have very little data on what they're doing out there, except they're supporting fisheries, and they're not only supporting fisheries, they're supporting tournaments, bass fishing tournaments, for example, which are very lucrative to the local communities.
Yeah, I was interested in your comments about novel ecosystems and the fact that any system you're looking at now is going to be you're dealing with a complex of native and non-native species, and that's sort of a given. There's a lot of effort on prevention and eradication if something arrives. But the reality is that there's going to be new invasives or new non-natives coming in. I mean, history shows there will be new ones coming in. And then we also know that the environment itself is changing. Climate change is a good example of that. So given the fact that what the assemblage you're looking at now almost for certainty is not going to be the one you're looking at tomorrow, and it's going to be a changing ecosystem. Is there any guidance that you can give to developing a management system or restoration system that takes care of that, or any sort of a basic scientific foundation we need to improve in order to be able to handle that kind of a system? We may not know what's going to come, but we certainly know something's going to come, and the environment's going to change. Because oftentimes management is, here's our system, even though it's a complex of natives and non-natives, and let's set up our management program for that. And then the surprise comes down the street, but it shouldn't be a surprise because we know it's going to happen.
Yeah, well, we know, I've done an evaluation of species by species evaluation of the fishes in the Delta, and all of California for that matter, in terms of their vulnerability to climate change. The likelihood that they'll go extinct or become very rare because of climate change. And by and large, what you find is that the non-native species decline while the non-native species are increasing while non-native species or native species are declining. The South Delta is actually the template, as it is today, is really the template for the rest of the Delta 25 or 30 years from now, depending on how fast climate change, how fast things warm up, how fast climate change happens. So you can throw up your hands in despair over that, or you can try to develop, find areas where you can really maintain the native fishes. And that may require some almost zoo-like places, marshes that are intensely controlled by gates and so forth. But the problem is that what you really need to keep the native species around is cooler temperatures, especially in the spring months when they're spawning, cooler temperatures with high flows that relate to the spawning, and also then have periodically bursts of salinity that comes in. And most of the non-natives that are in the Delta are not very tolerant of even low salinities. So if you can periodically let the tides come in, essentially, you might favor the native species. So you have to think of some fairly radical approaches if you really want to keep a lot of these natives around. Suisun Marsh is actually a pretty good example of a system that could be managed largely for native fish, and I think at least for the immediate future can stay cooler because of its location. It's cooled by the winds, and it's cooled by the fact that the highest tides are at night, so the tides tend to go up where you can get it onto the Marsh Plain, it goes across the Marsh Plain and cools down when night temperatures are cool. So it's things like that you have to start taking into consideration.
So is the science good enough to be able to manage those kind of things, or you need some major?
Well, if you're willing to regard science as experimental management and willing to really study these things as experiments, yeah, there is room. But these are complex systems. You have all these. You have say just the fish alone. 35 plus species of fish in Susi and Marsh that potentially can interact with each other. We don't necessarily know if you change the environmental conditions how much some of these non-natives might be favored to a point where they really push some native species over the line so it goes extinct. We're in a very precarious situation, frankly, with a lot of these native species are really already quite rare in the system, even the ones that are not listed, and trying to figure out how to keep them going probably requires some very special management just for those species and very habitat-oriented management as well. And the science is not very good, so we're doing a lot of adaptive management or adaptive guesswork.
I'd like to return to lesson number 1 that Jim gave us, which was, if I can find it here. It was basically that a species could come in and just blow things up. And it seemed to me that would be part of an answer to Steve's question, because you really have to be on alert for those kind of things coming into the system, don't you?
You do, and unfortunately, we are not very good about that. The Nutria was a great example of a species which has come in, and people knew it was, when they first Nutria were seen, people knew it. They didn't really take any great action at the point. It wasn't until it really started spreading that the concern started going. And obviously, that's a species that, if we'd been really alert, could have said, let's go after those. As soon as the first ones arrived, go after them, and go after them in a big way. Like, as I mentioned, having this oil spill prevention program, have a program that's dedicated to going out and zapping evil critters while you have a chance.
And it seems to me, too, it also comes back to this values issue.
Yeah.
Because we're worried about native species going extinct.
Yep.
Versus non-native things coming in and wiping us out.
Yeah.
Which one is more
Well,
important?
as I like to say, we're always going to have an ecosystem out there in the Delta. It's just whether or not it's an ecosystem that we like or not, or we, meaning the educated elite, whether it's one we want or not. And that includes, present official societal values say we want these endangered species back. We want certain game fishes out there. We want our salmon to be there. We want steelhead. So species that have very specific and fairly high level of requirements for water, that we specify that this is what we want in the future. It's not, and we tend to say, well, it's not the bass and the bluegill and the catfish we want, even though that's highly desired by a lot of the people who live in the Delta.
Thank you.
I would make the observation that you were at one point calling for experimental management as part of the solution to these kinds of problems. And that goes along with the notion of putting more science into it. And that then is going to run into the counter-argument that all scientists ever want to do is argue for more research.
Yes, that's right. More research is needed. That's our mantra.
Research that's needed, the relevant research. And of course, any scientist is going to claim their research is relevant.
Yeah.
Do we have any questions from the audience? Okay. Our next speaker is Marcel Romanek from UC Davis Department of Evolution and Ecology.
Yeah, I will get that magic mouse here. Yeah, thank you very much for inviting me here. When I was invited, I made it clear that my experience with Delta in California is very limited, but I was told that maybe I can put things into some broader perspective. plant invasions. And incidentally, I have some experience also with vegetation development in deltas in Louisiana and participation of nutrients in those processes there. So now, wow, how I can get next?
Left.
Oh, okay. Well, so we have non-native species outside of cultivation. They are either casual, so don't persist, or we call them naturalized. It means they are persisting. Some of them are spreading, and we call them invasive. And among those invasive, we may have some non-harmful, and we may have some which change whole ecosystems. We call them transformers or ecosystem engineers. And we have some undesirable pest species like weeds, or in Australia they call exotics invading natural areas environmental weeds. Now, of course, we are interested in those transformers and weeds, and that's where we, of course, always repeat this simple fact that if we find them early, we can save a lot of money. So this is based on my data on introduced grasses in Venezuela, where simply there is exponentially increasing number of independent localities of those exotic grasses with time. So now we're talking about possible eradication. This is just a basic terminology. Net infestation would be actual cover of those invaders. When we talk about plants, gross infestation is the whole area we have to walk to try to control or eradicate those species. So gross infestation concept is of course more relevant than net infestation. So I will always talk about gross infestation. In California, we are lucky that we have data which are not available almost from anywhere else. We have data on initial infestations and about eradication successes and also about effort. So with Mike Pitcairn, we summarized this some time ago in this diagram, from which it's clear that as long as we have infestations smaller than 1 hectare, there is very good chance we will be successful with eradication, but later it's going down very fast, and effort is going up in terms of work hours it's on that right scale. And now if we look at pretty much the same data in different way here, those empty squares are eradicated populations, full are still ongoing, and cost is now expressed in millions of US dollars on the right scale. There is one interesting point there, that's asterisk in among those large infestations from Australia, where Kochia scoparia was eradicated at this size of initial infestation. But that's absolutely unique case where 3 agencies work together, and also initial points of introduction were known. So this is absolutely extreme case. Interestingly, that point is right on our regression line, which is based on Californian data. There is one hope still, and that is at the bottom of this table, where we have mean eradication effort per hectare. And you see that goes dramatically down with the size of those infestations. So even if effort is increasing with sizes of infestation, when it's recalculated per hectare, it goes down dramatically. So there is still some option. If we have more resources, maybe we can control larger infestations, but usually realistically we don't have more resources. So what happened in California is that we have 14 exotic weeds which were eradicated completely, but most of them were very small populations, less than 10 hectares, and unfortunately all of them are terrestrial, none of them is aquatic of those completely eradicated species in California. Here are examples of few species from California again, and aquatic weeds are underlined. That's alligator weed and hydrilla. Those are those triangles. And you see that some small infestations were eradicated down in the left down corner. But in general, what you see here is that that eradication effort was much larger for those two aquatic species compared with terrestrial species. So this is bad news, that it's more difficult to eradicate aquatic invaders, and also we need more effort to whether we eradicate it or not. So our conclusion was that with a realistic amount of resources, it is very unlikely that infestation larger than 1,000 hectares can be eradicated. We have to switch from offensive to defensive strategy for large infestations, which is usually infinite financial commitment. And the only hope is that if we find some efficient biological control agents, we can do something with larger infestations. So now in Delta, we have a mixture of native and invasive species. It's a novel ecosystem, or in Europe we used to call it synthetic communities for a long time before that term novel ecosystem was so popular as it is now. And among them, of course, water hyacinth is extremely important. But now there is a new phenomenon, and that's water primrose, which consists of two species, Ludwigia hexapetala and Ludwigia peploides. So this is based on remote sensing data and control on the ground by Susan Ustin and her collaborators and students at UC Davis. And you see that this was quite dramatic increase in water primrose over 12 years. And water primrose is in fact the only plant species which is also suppressing water hyacinth. It's just climbing over water hyacinth. So now I mentioned biological control, and in California we have this summary published by Mike Pitkind this year in Biocontrol Journal. There are 6 aquatic species included, and success is rather limited. Some success with alligator weed, then Azolla or Salvinia molesta in southern California at Colorado River. That was it looked very, very promising, but unfortunately with each flood, Salvinia and those weevils are washed away, and they have to reintroduce those weevils again. So that's not so far permanent solution. Okay, well, so now what's my experience from Louisiana? I was working there in the late 80s on succession in the new Atchafalaya Delta. So the whole coastal area of Louisiana was formed by sediments which were brought by the Mississippi River from over half of the US states. And since the last glaciation, that was always like 1,000 to 2,000 years when the river changed its course. So this was the oldest delta. San Bernard was here, then there was Tesha here, then was Lafourche, and then this is the modern Mississippi Delta. Which is quite unfortunate situation because it made it much far than other deltas. So most of the sediments are dropped over a continental shelf. They are not used for building new land. And on the top of that, the river is levied. So there is no escape of sediments where otherwise they would be needed. I will return to that point later. So here is Atchafalaya Delta. Atchafalaya River started to take water from the Mississippi River at the beginning of last century, and it was taking more and more. But people say, no, that's not allowed because that would mean that port at New Orleans would be in trouble. So they build these controlled structures here, and so now it's about 30% of water allowed to go to Atchafalaya River, but it's still a lot of water, a lot of sediments. This is one of those controlled structures. Most of us believe that one day there will be a really big flood, and even this control structure will be gone, and the river will take its course, which is 100 kilometers shorter than regular Mississippi course. So first islands appeared in 1972, then the river was bringing more sediments with each big flood, and delta was growing. This is the area view of those horseshoe-shaped islands formed in the delta. This is a picture of the delta from 2009. There are some exotic species, particularly initially, like Cyperus diformis. It's also wheat in rice fields in California, Sphainoclea zealandica, alligator wheat. But those are participating usually only at the beginning of succession. So you see this is the zone with Cyperus diformis, and then after that, more or less succession goes along this sequence where we have native sedges and finally black willows. We established permanent plots on 4 of those islands, and we measured also elevation of each plot. We measured sedimentation of using feldspar markers, so just returning next year, measuring layer of sediments there. Some other plots disappeared. This is very dramatic environment, so this was erosion, so our plot was right here to the right, just year before. And we were working on a kind of Markovian model of succession. And doing that, we realized that we are in some troubles, that something doesn't work well. And we were finding this eat-outs, which we suspected was due to Nutria. And Nutria was around in Louisiana for some time. It's about 4 or 5 times larger than native muskrat, so it's also much more influential. Due to that, also because of its grazing habit, it's grazing on the bottom of plants where fresh meristems are, so it's killing much more than what it's eating. And so it was, this is native range in South America. It was introduced, story first was that it was introduced in the 40s at Ivory Island here. That's what that's Tabasco, you know, Tabasco. So that's where that famous Tabasco is from. There is salt dome good for those peppers. And it was spreading from that since the 40s. First it was welcome contribution because people saw it was good for hunting, and also they saw that it would control water hyacinth and alligator weed, and it actually controls alligator weed to some extent, but not water hyacinth. So the story was then described in this beautiful book about mammals of Louisiana, and the graph there shows that with increasing numbers of pelts, there is decreasing number of pelts from Nutria. So there was replacement of native muskrat by Nutria. Without trapping effort, it's not so safe to interpret this diagram, but the fact is that that's what really happened. And because we were not sure what was happening in our delta, we thought there may be also ducks may be involved in decline of Sagittaria species. Sagittaria's common name is duck potatoes. Ducks love to dig on tubers there. So we built large exclosures where ducks wouldn't be scared to land, and also small exclosures where neither Nutria nor ducks would be allowed, and small exclosures where Nutria would be allowed, but ducks wouldn't be allowed. So this is how we built that exclosure with these 2x4s and fencing material buried 30 centimeters down, so to avoid any nutrias coming below. And that year I got position here in Davis, so I moved from Dixie here to Ecotopia here. And I returned next year just to realize that I was participating probably on one of my most successful experiments in my whole career. So this is how our big exclosure looked like. So that's where ducks could go, but Nutria was not allowed to go. Here is exclosure where nobody was allowed to go, and this is exclosure where ducks could go, but Nutria can go. So that was conclusively, that was Nutria. And 1 year later, I returned again, and the situation was similar. There is water hyacinth here, but there was a native justicia, which Nutria didn't like, so that was interesting story. This is infrared picture of our exclosures. Another thing which we did those days was that we had aerial photographs available from one area which was abandoned delta, old abandoned delta. We had aerial photographs from 1945 and 1956, altogether 10,000 squares, 50 by 50 meters. And we built, again, a simple Markovian model based on that. Compact solid marsh is M1 that decreased this way, and when we used all these transitions we found from 1945 to 1956, we made this prediction: open water increasing, solid marsh declining, and so on. So that was a pretty pessimistic prediction, but actual situation was even worse than what we predicted. That's because of human activities. There are navigation channels, pipeline channels, and the marsh is disintegrated, and probably impact of hurricanes like Katrina on New Orleans would be kind of buffered if those marshes were in their original stage. Well, there is, besides that, there is Nutria contributing to decline of those marshes. And as a result of that, coastal Louisiana lost 2,300 square miles over the last 80 years. So all those yellowish orange areas are disappearing marshes. The reason, major reason, is shortage of sediments, new sediments. That's all those areas are built on sediments several hundred meters deep, so it's a huge weight. So there is subsidence, and if that subsidence is not compensated by new sediments, marshes are disappearing. Some compensation could be through growth of plants, but if plants are eaten by Nutria, so that's really horrible combination. And as for Nutria, there is a nice summary which was published in 2002 about its situation over the whole world. They try to summarize it in this journal. And that time, the success was in England. But that was well organized again between 1981 and 1989. 1989 they pronounced Nutria eradicated. There were 24 men full-time employed just to control Nutria, plus many volunteers working with them. So that's just gives some idea of what's needed. In the same paper, Nutria was also pronounced to be eradicated in California, which was true. Nutria was introduced to California first time, at least it's known, in 1899, but that was not didn't result in any spread. Then it was introduced in the 40s. It's spreading, but they succeeded to eradicate it in 1976. So now what I know is that Nutria was seen first time in March last year, and since that time it's more and more here. This is a conclusion from that paper, which is very important. At first is prevent introduction, of course. Harsh winters are important, so we need global cooling for everything. Intensive trapping effort must be sustained until the last koipu has been removed. So that's really, really important point. So now, first populations were detected in what's technically Delta now. And of course, because of those levees protecting those islands which are below sea level, damage by nutrias could be quite a disaster there. This is the last picture I got from internet about nutrias taken last month, towards last month. And right today I learned that trapping effort doesn't match population growth. So unfortunately, so far, this population is not under control. But I think we still have this window of opportunity to eradicate nutria in California. Thank you.
Well, I think that one of the messages that comes through from several of these presentations is that not only that you need to get on top of things early, but there is a greater progression of actions that you could take, as Ted was pointing out, that at some point you need to decide, this isn't working, we need to go to Plan B, we need to go to Plan C. And if that's the case, then the trick is really trying to discern and work into management policies. How do you identify Plan A, Plan B, Plan C, those transition points? Just something for us to think about. So, Tom. He left it up again.
I can't turn my microphone on.
I'll do it. I got it.
That. Thank you very much. I don't really have anything astounding to say, but I'm curious that the native vegetation is not considered to be an issue in the whole nutria invasion in Louisiana. It's about marsh land. It's never about which species or whether non-natives might be brought in to take the place in restoration. It's an assumption of a monotypic ecosystem without considering the complexity of even a monotypic marsh. I know from my own studies of the algae, you can find 100 species of algae for one species of Spartina. Is there a strong prejudice against plants in these systems?
Well, nutria is a really horrible herbivore. It prevents it eats seedlings of trees. So the regeneration of forests is not so good. It looks that it doesn't like Chinese tallow, however. So that's in the successional series where you expect under black willows, water tupelo or bald-cypress, there is cover of Chinese tallow now, and that nutria is helping with that. Among native species which nutria doesn't like, it's that Justicia lanceolata, which actually temporarily was pretty promising because it's a clonal plant which is trapping sediments in the spring when you have big floods, and Sagittaria is in the form of tubers, so it doesn't trap anything. And even large large grain sediments are trapped by Justicia. So those Justicia islets were growing and elevation was growing. In just few years, 20 centimeters difference, which in Gulf is very important because the difference between low and high tide is very small compared with California. So that makes big difference. So we were finding more native species on those Justicia islets. However, end of that story is not so good because those islets were later invaded by Calocasia esculenta taro, which is also exotic species. So temporarily we may have some good stories, but it's not always the end what we would like to see.
Would you say that derivation of that is for not maybe just the vegetation, but the species of animals as well, that if restoration is going to occur, it really must be at the large scale? Because you need that heterogeneity of habitats to keep at least some natives present.
Restoration should be active planting and at the same time exclosures to make some islands of native vegetation.
More is better. Thank you.
Any questions from the audience? Okay, we'll go on to Martha Volkman, who is with the California Department of Fish and, be careful to say, wildlife. Martha.
Thank you. So hopefully no one is terribly disappointed. I only mentioned Nutria once in my presentation, but I welcome questions at the end. The Department of Fish and Wildlife is one of many agencies and organizations that manage non-native species. While I can't adequately represent all of the varied efforts being undertaken by these entities, or even the department itself, what I do endeavor to do today is to represent the department and its approach to managing invasive species, or non-native species in some cases, over the past 2 decades. Since 2008, I've worked with the department's invasive species program, which was first established in the year 2000 as a program of 1 staff tasked with participating in the California Non-Native Invasive Species Advisory Council, established by the CalFed Ecosystem Restoration Program's strategic plan. As the recognition of non-native and invasive species management issues grew, that staff's role quickly expanded to include preparing for the threat of zebra mussels, which at that time were rapidly expanding throughout the eastern U.S., as well as the discovery of Callirpa taxifolia, a non-native species of marine algae in Southern California. During the same year, the department became California's state representative on the Western Regional Panel of Aquatic Nuisance Species, which is one of 6 regional panels formed by a provision of the National Invasive Species Act of 1996. The Western Regional Panel is a tremendously active, coordinating group, and I currently serve on its executive committee and participate throughout the year on subgroups, work groups, and attend its annual meetings. The panel, similar to the Department of Fish and Wildlife, endeavors to use the best available science to prevent the introduction of non-indigenous species and to use science to guide management of those species and to inform control and eradication efforts. The department's management of invasive species can be coarsely divided into 3 categories. The categories are by no means perfect. There's overlap in them, but generally to frame how we approach them, I've used it as a conceptual description. The first category is actions that I've termed direct. Direct actions are those the department undertakes itself, including planning documents such as our Aquatic Invasive Species Management Plan and the Wildlife Action Plan, which includes many actions related to invasive species, though not specific in nature. This category also includes the activities of the department's invasive species program, that program that I manage, which includes collaborating at all levels within the state and the western states, identifying and prioritize invasive species threats and issues within the state, outreach and education, and implementing or partnering with others to implement control and eradication efforts. More broadly, throughout the department, other branches and functions are engaged in invasive species management, including a sizable effort by our land staff who are responsible for managing 1.1 million acres of land throughout the state that have a variety of non-native species concerns. A second category of actions, which are those carried out by others but in some way involve the department, are termed indirect actions. Those include our review and permitting for projects carried out by others, working with project proponents on actions designed specifically to manage non-native species, and through the encouragement and opportunistic implementation of actions in concert with larger projects that have opportunities for preventing or managing non-native species. Actions such as these are not necessarily well documented, but nonetheless contribute toward minimizing the impacts of non-native species. Also notable is the research by other state agencies such as DWR and with collaborators such as the universities that contribute to our overall collective knowledge. The final category I've termed collaboration are those types of efforts that many of you are well aware of and more deeply involved with than I. Those include the large-scale planning and implementation efforts for which the department is engaged in the development and often has some direct involvement in the implementation of. Staff from throughout the department also participate in these efforts depending on their scope. A few recent examples include the Delta Plan and the Water Action Plan. Similarly, department staff participate in collaborative groups focused on non-native species, such as IEP actions, the Delta Interagency Invasive Species Coordination Team, and the California Interagency Noxious and Invasive Plant Committee. In addition, staff throughout the department engage with agencies on individuals on projects at all levels of government and with non-governmental and non-profit organizations and the public. As I mentioned at the onset, the department endeavors to use the best available science in its management of non-natives or potentially invasive species. Given the nature of the work, the form this takes can be very variable. Generally speaking, the department does very little primary research work on invasive species. Typically, our activities are management in nature, where we rely on existing science to guide our response and management. There are, however, a few contemporary examples of research led by the department, which I'll talk a little bit more about on the next slide. The department relies heavily on the external research community in California, but also in the other states and countries where these non-native species are native to, or in the non-native ranges where managers are already dealing with them. Information, ideally accessible in the form of peer-reviewed literature about impacts in other areas, is vitally important to determining what risk the species poses to California. An example of our use and general reliance upon the existing body of science is with our aquatic weed risk assessments. Harbors and Navigation Code requires that prior to the division of boating and waterways treating a new species of aquatic plant in the Delta, they must request from the Department of Fish and Wildlife a risk assessment for the species to determine whether, and I quote from the legislation, the plant species is invasive and presents a threat to the environment, economy, or human health. Back in 2014, when this statute took effect, the department reviewed all the published plant risk assessment models and selected the quantitative assessment tool with parameters that best aligned with our needed output, weighting, and the environment of California. We then evaluated the accuracy of the tool with known invaders that is, species that are already present in California and are problematic. The input for this tool is information about species biology and its observed impacts in other environments and places. So the functionality and predictive accuracy is dependent on the availability and accessibility of information. To date, we've evaluated 7 species at the request of Boating and Waterways and have further adapted the tool for the evaluation of native species. A recent example of primary work is the 2014-2015 mapping of submerged and floating aquatic vegetation in the Delta, funded by the department and carried out by UC Davis. This work mapped aquatic vegetation in a historic drought and has led to follow-up collaborations with the Department of Water Resources and Division of Boating Ways on a study to further evaluate pre- and post-weed treatments in the Delta. The ability to take this work was the result of a one-time funding opportunity, and again, generally speaking, the department lacks the resources itself to rigorously study non-native species in the state or otherwise fund research needs. However, that is not to say that there are not opportunities and worthy of our efforts in cultivating and encouraging such collaborations. My last but not least example of the department's longest-running non-native species effort is the Quagga Zebra Mussel Project. This effort constitutes the majority of the invasive species program budget and effort, although recently we have been heavily engaged in the Nutria response. The Quagga Project illustrates a longer-term application of science in a management effort. Upon the discovery of quagga in Lake Mead in 2007, the department immediately convened a science advisory group to evaluate options. While no realistic options for eradicating the species or containing mussels in flowing water came out of the effort, it did ultimately lead to our prioritizing the most at-risk areas of the state based on existing water quality parameters and dry-scented mussel biology based on the literature. And it allowed us to focus our efforts on prevention and containment. As the years passed, we've worked to gain more data and refine our parameters for risk assessment of mussel establishment and contracted out for a rapid response plan for the Delta for mussels. This information has enabled the department to prioritize its limited resources as well as those of the water managers working to protect their waters from the introduction of dry-scented mussels. There are challenges to every effort, and certainly that's the case with the management of non-native species. In terms of anticipating new species, we work in a universe of unknowns and maybes. Unfortunately, that reality of invasive species management in California and most everywhere I've had the pleasure of working with is that management is reactive rather than proactive. Generally, there is no adequate investment in anticipating threats, long-term planning, or adequate resources for a response. Priorities tend to be those that are immediate. Maybes rarely, if ever, rise to be priorities in the reality of inevitably limited resources. Non-native species are found all around us, many so ubiquitous that we don't think twice. New non-native species are arriving continuously, and we anticipate that the climate will change. The ability for scientists and managers to make informed recommendations based on the best available science requires that science exists and that it is accessible. Putting back my hat on as a representative state agency with a role of managing non-natives, I'd like to close by emphasizing the importance of science to informing our efforts. Science provides the foundation by way of the information necessary to know when actions are warranted, to enable us to proactively prepare in order to take action, and guides our response, be it containment, control, eradication, all within the context of what our goals for the ecosystem are. Thank you.
Thank you. I think one of the things you highlight is the importance of risk assessment. If you're going to be proactive on management, which I think all of us would agree is the best way to deal with the problem, then you need to have an upfront consideration of the costs and benefits, the risks, the probability of success. That requires information that we generally lack. So you're caught sort of in a do loop that leads nowhere. What's the solution besides money?
Well, I think we depend a lot on the information and experience of others to help prioritize what non-native species are our highest priority. And then, again, it's a value judgment in terms of what are the impacts going to be on the state. So Nutria in the mountains might be a different situation than Nutria in the Delta, for example. The implications of that introduction are considerably different if you don't account for future spread.
Yeah, I know that I think it's the California Invasive Species Council has a list of, I think it's now 200 species of potential invaders, and they categorize those by animal type, but also categorize those by, I think, probability of an invasion based on known vectors and things like that. There's two levels of categorization. And second is the level of impact. And it seems to be, it's on a point system. They seem to have thought that out pretty well. But I think that's a statewide evaluation. Is there anything analogous to that for like a Delta? Like what are the top, a list of species or potential invaders and their potential impact to the Delta, which would be different than probably the state as a whole?
Right. Not that I'm aware of for the the Delta specifically.
Questions from the audience? Okay, I think.
Jay has.
Jay has. I didn't see that.
Many of you,
Jay.
maybe I've exceeded my quota. I should just shut up the rest of the day. Many of you have pointed out how important it is to eradicate these invasives when you first find them, when the areas are small, and how much more expensive it gets to be later on. But we still seem to have trouble gathering up the resources and the money when we first identify these things. We have to pass the hat, and nobody wants to fund it at first because they think someone else is going to do it or something like that. Would it make sense for the state to establish, maybe in some relatively budget flush year like the present, a trust fund for invasive species, for eradicating invasive species, where you would establish this fund, you could let it grow, or you could take the interest from it over the time to do preparatory studies, and then the minute you found a quagga mussel or a nutria or something like that, you would say, okay, we'll get somebody between CDFA and CDFW to agree that this is worthy of X hundreds of thousands of dollars or millions of dollars from the trust fund to go after this. And then we can repopulate that trust fund at our leisure, because what's really important is that you have quick access to a substantial amount of money right away, sort of nip it at the bud. So is there thoughts about that kind of an organization or resource?
So that concept has been kicking around for decades, probably. And just in this last year, it's finally gotten what I would characterize as some traction. A piece of legislation passed, and a small amount of funds were deposited for conceptually that sort of effort. And typically, it's been termed a rapid response fund to fund, so you have the money set aside prior to actually needing it, which is a pretty novel concept.
Vince.
Well, Jay, the CDFA, California Department of Food and Agriculture, Yeah, they have one new insect a day coming into California. And, they are, the economic issues are tremendous. And, they're facing that continuously. And I don't know if do you know, does CDFA have an emergency fund like that, or?
It would be the one I referred to previously.
So that's really for everything?
Yes.
Yeah.
However, I think their budget maybe is a little bit different because that's more aligned with the type of work they do than it is for the Department of Fish and Wildlife, for example, or DWR, or any varied agency. That pest prevention and interdiction is fundamental.
The economic consequences.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Marcel?
Yeah, well, so there are just two obvious facts. Early detection means to save a lot of money later. Second, once we decide to go for eradication, we should really do it up to the very last individual, very last plant or very last animal, because otherwise it would be a waste of money if it's not really finished. So that should be absolute commitment if we decide to go that. Back to early detection, I don't know, at least for plants, there may be one option now because attitude to marijuana changes. There were hundreds of people looking for marijuana fields in California. What those people will do now, there would be maybe easy to re-educate them to look for invasive plants.
Yeah. Ted?
Yeah, in the systems that I work in, the state does have a sort of a bare bones, we'll say, early detection program that's funded by ballast water dollars. It turns out it's very cost effective to do sort of a annual, you wouldn't need to do any more than that, sort of statewide look around these kinds of habitats to look for these early establishments. So that should be done. So that same pot of money could be used to that as well. I think with the agricultural invasions, certainly things like sharpshooter and others, the industry themselves will often help to, contain some of that too. So unfortunately, of course, for the wildland things, we don't have that. So, user fees have been suggested. Trying to identify particular groups, industries that might be affected. It's a little bit more popular than taxes. There's a lot of thought that's been gone into how to do this. Peter, of course, mentioned sort of an oil spill response, but that involves a particular industry that has responsibility. In fact, so it's a little harder to do something like that for these kinds of things.
Okay, well, I think we're ready for a break, is that correct? So we'll take a 15-minute break. We don't want you people to go off anywhere because now we're going to basically duke it out. Okay, thank you. Okay, well, this last phase of the panel is for general free-for-all discussion. And I'd like to start it off by asking whether, among the panelists, whether you have questions you'd like to ask one another or issues you'd like to bring up and see what the panel response to it is. So anyone want to have a go at that?
I would like to ask myself a question. Microphone, please.
Microphone?
One thing I'm curious, Marcel, if you have any opinion about what's going to happen to Nutria in California. If it doesn't get controlled, what's likely to happen to the marsh plant communities?
Well, that would be horrible. that will not only eat plants, but it will destroy those levees, and many of those islands are below the water level, so that will be all flooded then. So nutria, I think it should be eradicated. It happened already once in California, so why not to repeat it again?
So it's the animal that ate the delta?
It was done in England successfully, so why not here?
Martha, maybe we could ask you, is that likely to happen? There's enough energy and effort out there to eradicate nutria?
Well, I don't have a crystal ball. I think it's going to require adequate resources to fund the effort, and a long-term commitment to that effort that is not just a department or an agency implementing it, but it is support from all of the agencies and really the people of California to be successful.
So not very hopeful, sounds like.
If you're a pessimist.
So it was controlled successfully in Chesapeake, and then the population in Chesapeake was way bigger than it is. I mean, no one knows what the population size is in California currently, but it's probably not close to what it was in Chesapeake. They have the winters are colder, and so the population growth is probably lower, but there still is definitely an opportunity, I would say. I mean, like Marcel said.
John, how do they control it in Chesapeake?
Trapping and shooting, but I think mostly trapping. And in Louisiana, they do a mix of both trapping and direct shooting. I think here it probably has to be trapping because when the population is smaller, it's not there are not so many animals out there, so they're not easy to see and to shoot. But in Louisiana, they do both, I know.
And I think the nutria are one species that really I think are realistic to eradicate from California. Quagga mussels, an aquatic species with microscopic life stages, it was never feasible to eradicate them, maybe in small scales, but on the large scale of the initial invasion, that wasn't ever on the table. I think with nutria, it's certainly on the table if we commit the resources to it. Over the long term. And the more tools we have in that toolbox to get every last one, certainly that improves the speed of an eradication effort and the success. We're looking at employing all tools and technology that we can. We've looked at drones and how can we apply them to this situation to identify nutria damage or presence. Thinking about eDNA, scent detection dogs, Judas nutria. So really we're looking for every tool in the toolbox and open to new technology and new ideas that can contribute to the effort.
And I think the lesson of rats and goats on islands and attempts to eradicate them is that it ain't over till it's over. You got to get every last one, and even one individual can do you in. Jim, you had your hand up.
This is a question actually for you rather than the panel. And I'm trying to figure out what this is. I'm trying to figure out what this is all about. I don't know if I'm speaking for the other panelists, but in order for us to know how we can be most helpful for you, we need to know what the game plan here is. What is this all about? I mean, I understand that you're writing a review of ecosystems and invasive species as a part of that. That's the context. But what would your definition be of success for the ISB in terms of this issue of invasive species, and how can we help you succeed?
Well, I can offer some thoughts on that, and Steve, who's co-chairing this work group, can pitch in, and then everybody else can pitch in. We have a formal charge of what we're supposed to do, and we interpret that rather broadly. It's, review how science is used to advance adaptive management of the Delta. Well, that pretty much includes anything you wanted to. We undertook this review initially because we wanted to look at ecosystems, and then recognizing that was impossibly large, narrowed it down to this question of invasives, non-native species, species turnover, and how that is affecting management in the Delta, really, in the broad sense. Endangered species, the use of water, agriculture. But the question really is, what is the state of the science that deals with invasive species, non-native species, species turnover, novel ecosystems? What is the state of the science, and what of that can be brought to bear on these issues that we face in the Delta? And that's a rather broad statement of what we're interested in, and I think how we end up depends upon how we progress through these stages. This is the first step in that progression, and it's an attempt to, and what you've been talking about over the last several hours helps a lot in terms of defining some of the issues that we want to come to grips with. How do you deal with spatial and temporal variation in this? What tools are available to really deal with nutria? What tools are available to deal with mussels or plankton? And I think optimistically we feel that if we can narrow things down, then we have the potential to produce a report that actually will provide some real guidance for managers to do something about this. The purpose is not to produce a review and a report. The purpose is to do something that's going to provide something that people who have the responsibility, either in practice or in decision-making, to take and say, this is how we can use the science that's out there to do a better job of dealing with the issue. You want to add something to that, Steve?
I think John pretty well explained it. Our role is we review sort of the science on a variety of topics, and in many respects led by the Delta Plan. The Delta Plan Ecosystem Chapter has invasives as one of its, I think, 4 major components of the ecosystem chapter. And so our general approach in terms of something like this topic would be to take a look at the state of the science in general on that topic, and then the state of the science in particular in the Delta as it relates to adaptive management. So that's kind of where we're at now, and so part of the purpose of bringing this particular panel together was to look at sort of the state of the science in the in general kind of category. What are the big issues? What do we need to be looking at? And then zero in on the Delta, what's being done in the Delta, what needs to be done, where is there the science gaps. Our focus is on the science and the science needs in the context of management. So anything that I think on a large scale, that's why I was asking the question before about the science, where is there some scientific gaps? We know there's unknowns about what is the next species coming in, what are the things that, how to deal with some of these, how to eradicate them and so forth. But in terms of the science, where is there any scientific areas that really could be explored and could be needed, particularly in the context of the Delta? So looks like Ted has got an answer to that.
You want to add to that, Dick?
I just want to amend that in the context of more rapid change, climate-driven change, how do we think about new species? Do we keep thinking in the same way as we did, like Peter's urging reconciliation? I think that's a key. One of the questions that keeps coming to my mind is we have species who do need to move around with a changing environment, and why do we always think of incoming species as bad? Maybe an income species is a refugee and needs to be here. It's just a different way of putting the issue.
Well, yeah, with climate change unfolding, there will come a point at which there will be translocations of endangered species into new places as a device to really keep them going. But when they're introduced, they're translocated to a new place, they become a new component of that system. They add to the novelty of that system. So you're trying to do something that's good, but you need to anticipate the consequences of doing that on the existing system. And then you get into a trade-off in which you ultimately, if you're really being upfront about it, you have to somehow assess values and who's benefiting from this, who isn't, not just in terms of the species, but in terms of the people, local people, commercial interests, agricultural interests, and it becomes an issue in social science, which goes beyond our purview and our expertise, but is nonetheless a reality. This is a long-winded and probably evasive way of answering your question, but at the very least, it demonstrates that we have a fuzzy idea of what it is we're trying to do, and we will proceed on that. Adaptive reviews.
But if you are interested in scientific issues, I bet each of the 5 of us has specific suggestions about directions to go.
Well, I think part of it is trying to understand what the restoration goal, what are the management goals? I mean, what is it that you're trying to do? Because you're asking us what sort of information, scientific information will be helpful for the broader goals of what you're doing, and I'm not sure that we or perhaps you have a very clear idea of what your goals are. What's success for this board and the Delta in the future? So I think part of this is that the science of invasions has sort of evolved sort of separately from the kinds of activities that are going on here. I mean, it's only partly looked into the consequences of restoration. So there's, of course, a mismatch of the science and the management needs. So I think that we need to have a better idea of what that is. So.
Yeah, Peter.
Thank you. Yeah, this is one of the things to recognize. The reason I talk about novel ecosystems is simply, I think California really is ahead of most of the rest of the world in this regard in terms of having the sheer number of non-native species that are integrated into our ecosystems. And I think this is an opportunity to look at the structure of these systems and say, are they different in any way from natural assemblages of species, of ecosystems? Or are they truly novel in the way species interact? Or are they just temporary? Are what we've seen today temporary assemblages of species that are going to split apart as the strong emerge and the weak go away, or as the climate changes some more, or some other dynamic things happen? I think that from a scientific perspective, it's actually quite interesting to contemplate what's going on. After all, you have, in the case of the Delta, for example, you've doubled or tripled the number of fish species and probably copepod species and plant species and everything else. They've really increased. As that added diversity, really creating a system that's different from the original system? Is it more stable in the ecological sense, or is it just a transition between another system that'll evolve as time goes on in the next 20 to 50 years?
Yeah, Joy.
I think we have to remember that there really isn't a natural reference system here, having had 5,000 years of Native American influence on both the waters and the wetlands and the uplands. And my problem with the whole terminology of novel ecosystem is that there isn't anything but novel ecosystems. Every ecosystem has been modified in some way by humans, either us or earlier Americans. But I don't mind that you use it. I just don't, it doesn't help me.
Yeah, well, the Native Americans physically modified the landscape, and there's no question that the landscape of California was heavily influenced by them, but especially in the aquatic systems, at least they weren't bringing new species in.
They were tending the vegetation.
But they were tending the vegetation and doing and changing things a lot, but they probably weren't affecting the aquatic systems that much, except perhaps through harvest of fishes. But they weren't bringing in new species. That's one of the things that makes California so special, unique in many respects today. This is the sheer number of non-native species that are here and seem to be integrated into these systems. And I look at our in Sioux and Marsh, for example, in the 40 years we've been sampling out there, we've seen 3 new invaders, three new fishes come in and become two fishes and 1 shrimp that have come in. The shrimp seems to have totally displaced a native shrimp, but the 2 gobies that have come in seem to be. Don't seem to have any major impact, but they're quite abundant.
I understand, though, that there was a lot of modification of the marshes and the pathways and tributaries that formed within the marshes related to Native American harvesting for...
Not that we know of. The Indians, like they did everywhere, burned the marsh.
But they
harvested the tules, they harvested the ducks. So they made a difference in the behavior of a lot of the animals out there and so forth. But I don't think...
It might have been very well similar to other... But a lot of the things that stopped when Native Americans were overcome allowed the ecosystems to change radically. So cessation of fire in particular.
I think one thing is the sheer rapidity of change. That most of this change in most of these species, well, all these species have really been introduced since the 1870s, about 100 years of introductions, 150 years, I guess, now. And the degree to which we've changed the landscape outstrips anything the Native Americans did by an order of magnitude, I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm not considering the introduction of non-natives, but rather that the native ecosystems that, I don't know what point in history you'd go back to get a reference system because they were modified and they responded to the loss of Native Americans. And so I guess we could come up with a spectrum of ecosystems from less modified to more modified and explore ecosystem functioning across that spectrum.
There are very few unmodified, I would argue no unmodified ecosystems in California.
Well, I'm thinking of the Delta.
Some of the alpine, well, from a fish, most of the alpine ones have non-native fish in them.
Thank you for your thoughts.
Yeah, it's the problem that confronts restoration. The restoration ecologists continue to argue with great emotion about what is the baseline that you're using for restoration. And as long as you're unclear about your baseline, the arguments will continue. But you can set a baseline and then you can say, compared to this is what we're dealing with. And then you can dispute whether that's a good baseline, but at least you know what baseline is being used. Yeah, Ted.
I guess I would, among others, make the argument that you can undertake restoration with really knowing what the baseline is. I think we work in, say, a place like the Delta or San Francisco Bay, we can identify particular habitats or types of systems that have ecosystem functions and perhaps services that we want. And this is where science becomes art. So we decide that we want to create a bay with this much seagrass and this much oyster habitat and this much tidal salt marsh. And, we know that what functions go along with those. And people will raise their hand and say, well, how do you know how much to put? What was the baseline? How much of these habitats were historically in San Francisco Bay? Well, that's a changing baseline too. That's always shifted as well. So I think that it shouldn't stop restoration. It shouldn't impede restoration. I think we know which way the arrows go. In other words, particular habitats increase abundances of fish or birds or whatever it is that we think, are characteristics that we want to see. That's of course a value judgment, but we use our value judgments to say the arrow goes this way, so let's create a habitat that moves in that direction. So I would argue that especially a very modified system like the Delta, where there's no reference, there isn't much in the way of to evaluate, but we know certain habitats function in ways that many or most of us would like to see. So I think that we can just be content with that.
Well, I was with you until you got to the content part. Good.
Yeah, this is kind of a poorly formed question, but I don't know much about invasive and non-invasive species, but when I listened to you talk, it almost sounded like pornography in the sense that we'll recognize an invasive when we see it, following Peter's sort of classification of desirable and undesirable. So when it comes to Nutria, it's easy because it's a very destructive thing. On the other side, the bass seems to be an acceptable thing. And I know values drives a lot of how you do that classification, but scientifically, do you think, have you thought about it, a classification scheme that you could actually use to help decide when something is bad? I mean, clearly the destructive example is, the one extreme, but there's degrees as we come closer to the dynamic systems we have.
Go ahead.
I think, this is my sort of silly logical analogy, but you can think of the continuum from day to night. So we know that midday is clearly day and midnight's clearly night, and as you get to dawn and dusk, somewhere in between, it gets really hard to sort of distinguish, is this day or night? So, and I think it's a really difficult and sort of useless sort of activity just to try to put things in different categories, especially when we're trying to manage them. So whether is 30 years enough to consider it naturalized, is 100, is 5. And I think that what we can do either by track record or by, past information or present information like Nutria or zebra mussels, there's a very small subset that we don't even have to use the term introduced. I mean, these are problem species. Yeah. And native species can be that way too, maybe northern pike in different parts of Alaska. So I think that we can identify the problems and manage those and not spend hours and pages of journals and books arguing where native and non-native starts and stops.
Yeah, Peter.
Yeah, I agree with Ted. That basically, very few of these species are truly invasive in the sense that they're in species that really just sort of take over the landscape, like the corbula clam, and they really took over an ecosystem and changed it. That's actually, thank goodness, is fairly uncommon. Even species like that, you begin to realize, are often can be invasive in the early stages and create lots of problems. Then the system gets used to them. For example, corbula obviously still has a major effect on the system, but it's also now a very important food for diving ducks, for example, and probably for sturgeon and a few other species. And the diving ducks apparently even deplete the numbers in the corbula in shallow water. So maybe, I don't know if that's ever an effect on the plankton has been noticed by that, but in fact, that suggests that when you have an abundant food resource like that, eventually things are going to figure it out. And if you're lucky, they'll figure out enough so the species becomes rare enough so it's no longer having this major impact on the ecosystem unless something else comes in. So we always have to be thinking about how much the system changes through time and how species adapt and how species adapt to them through time.
Yeah. It almost sounds like we're getting trapped by the words we're using. Like maybe we've outgrown invasive, non-invasive species in terms of problems that what you're suggesting a better classification is.
I think the real problem is people tend to say any introduced species is an invasive species. They tend to make the word invasive the same, meaning the same thing as introduced species. And I think if you could have a more, use that for very specific kinds of species that are invasive in the sense they're really taking over a system, they're having a major impact on it, that makes good sense. And those are, as Ted says, are generally pretty easy to identify. But calling striped bass is an example, a species that is often called an invasive species. It probably was when it first started out. I mean, this is a species, they brought in 400 individuals in 1879. Within 20 years, there's a commercial fishery for it. This is a predatory fish. In the first year after it was introduced, there were fish appearing in Monterey Bay. And so it just exploded. Interesting enough, it's during the early days of its population explosion, its principal food was common carp, which had also exploded at the same time. So you wonder what kind of ecosystem effect it had. But nevertheless, it clearly was a predator out there in huge numbers that was no doubt changing the system. But that, over time, the striped bass became much less abundant. To me, it's become just another predator out there rather than the predator. And if you remove the striped bass today, you'd have all kinds of ecosystem effects that might not be desirable, like an explosion of some of the prey species it feeds on. So, again, it's this idea of figuring out, looking at trajectory of species through time and how well are they adapted to the system, how well is the system adapted to them. And at some point you can say, well, I guess they're here, we aren't going to go away, and they are, whatever harm they did was in the past. So let's just adopt them as a naturalized species. I know that's not a terribly popular point of view, by the way.
Steve?
Yeah, it seems like, in many respects, what we're talking about, what Dick always points out, is that we're dealing with the environment that's continually changing. We know there will be new species coming into the system. There will probably be some leaving the system. And we also know the environment's changing. Climate change and sea level rise is just one example. And so I guess I'm wondering, do we just, if we're doing restoration, for example, if we're just trying to manage a particular fisheries, do we just ignore that? Or do we have say, here's a novel system today, and tomorrow it's going to be a slightly different novel system or ecosystem? Or do we, are we in a position where we're able to make some forecasting of what's going to be the direction of that change, and can we make management decisions or restoration decisions, which are long-term strategic decisions that can take advantage of our knowledge to make forecasts?
Yeah, that's exactly the kind of research I'd like to see done. Try to make those kind of predictions and figure out where these systems are going, because as I always say when we're talking about novel ecosystems, we're in charge, and if we can figure out how to manipulate these systems so they perform in ways that we want them to perform, we'll have learned a lot. But of course, that'd also have to go along with the continual changes we're facing too, with climate change and so forth.
And I think it speaks to how much do you want to invest? How much do you want to spend fighting to preserve your desired outcome? Or potentially, are there other options that are less ongoing investment that will meet your functional needs? And again, that's a value question of what is an acceptable goal or outcome for the desired outcome.
I really like this notion of anticipating the future. Martha said that in terms of invasive species management is reactive, and we're probably reactive to all stressors, but we don't have to be. I mean, we can be anticipatory. And so I could imagine a science program. There's been a fair amount said about adaptive management or experimental management, and I mean, all on board with that. But there's a complementary approach that would be modeling based to look to the future. And I could imagine a modeling approach, and it could be as simple as conceptual models to the most sophisticated numerical models we can put together to develop scenarios of how the novel ecosystem that we have today could evolve under different scenarios of warming, consequences of multi-year droughts into the future, of salinization as a consequence of multiple factors layered on top of all of the landscape changes that are happening or are going to happen into the future. So that kind of approach would allow us to start tackling this problem that we shy away from. That's the multiple stressor problem. It would force us to think in an integrative way about the effects of warming, salinization, landscape change, extreme climatic events, future introductions. It would include consideration of future climates on the future of the Delta. It's tied, I think it would be tied really tightly to adaptive management, and I think one of the values of these kinds of scenarios, if it's done in partnership with people who have to make decisions at Fish and Wildlife or Department of Water Resources, the State Water Board, is that it would give them an opportunity to think in advance of, okay, this is something that's changing really fast. We didn't anticipate this. What options do we have? What knobs do we have to turn to try to deal with this issue? And it also would be really informative about what problems we just simply can't solve. There must be limits to where we just can't have further influence on shaping communities and processes. This would be an approach for doing that. And rather than being reactionary, it would be anticipatory. So what does that mean? I mean, we say these kinds of things all the time. We imagine these science programs and how they could be useful and how they could be designed and put together, but what does that mean in practice?
I have a follow-on sort of question. Since different species are going to respond differently to control efforts, is there any insight along those lines of trying to predict into the future that we could identify not which species we want to control in terms of policy issues, but which species we have the ability to control and which species are going to respond to some sort of management action so that we could help use that information to prioritize where we would actually put our efforts, given the limited amount of money that we have for
Do you mean non-native species? Is that what you mean?
problem species, I guess, as we've called it. You know.
Yeah, I mean, this will sound a little self-promoting, but I mean, that's part of what we were working towards with that framework. Try to identify characteristics that we know historically, lead to problems. In other words, anything from distribution to responses to populations to harvest and management, those kinds of things. I mean, they're probably very imperfect guidelines, but I think that we need to somehow formalize that a little bit more to at least, perhaps prioritize species that we think, are just a done deal. There's no point in doing anything about it versus ones that we think we have an odds-on chance of doing something with. Like Nutria, I mean, they're big animals, they're limited distribution, you can shoot them, you can eat them. I mean, they're just, unlike, unseen fishes, in the Delta, you don't even know where, it's virtually impossible to do much with things like that. So, yeah, I mean, so yes, we should move the science towards more of, even just a small subset of species that we think we might be able to do something about if we need to. Okay.
So I heard that the utopia will be to know what's anticipated, as the system evolves, what kind of invasive species will come in, and so that's the kind of status we want to be in. So currently, and also Martha was talking about that you have some guesses, kind of experience based on experience that you expect some species to come in, and there's a risk assessment tools apparently to see how much risk involved. So what is the status of the scientific status of anticipating what kind of, rather than guessing, is there any tools available to do this, or is it still developing?
Sorry. Do you want to answer? I mean, are you asking about predicting about which species may come in and where they're coming from?
Status of science.
One approach to this, I mean, I talked about one of the studies like this, is using sort of species distribution modeling. In other words, they're basically environmental envelope models, if you would, that sort of define, we'll just say, variables that might restrict a species distribution in a certain place. So you can look and say, well, okay, well, here we are in the Delta, for instance. I mean, we're not expecting species introduced from the Arctic. We're not really expecting species introduced from, you know, the tropics. In other words, which areas contain species that are at least environmentally compatible with where we are? And then the models further say, well, what's, in a sense, the rate of trade, transport that bring these species in by boat, by ship, by airplane, things like that. Thirdly, perhaps aspects of the system that might lend itself to that. So, you know, you can create, in a sense, probability models that indicate species based on those kinds of things. But that's about as closely as you'll be able to make those kinds of predictions. Yeah.
I think in terms of mechanistic models, and I think in terms of the state of science to develop plausible ranges of future scenarios for temperature, for salinity, for extreme climatic events, for landscape changes, I think we're pretty darn solid. What hasn't been done is taken that capability of developing future environmental scenarios and layer on top of them this more complex problem of community dynamics and how it would change in the future. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't do it.
Yeah, I just thought about that prioritization. There should be theoretically very simple formula. Impact multiplied by feasibility of control divided by price. The problem is that all three things we are just guessing usually. There are big uncertainties, but that's at least something to start with. Quantification of impact, feasibility of control, and divided by price. Impact, that's a big problem even for plants, because most of the studies are derived from so-called space for time substitution. So we have one plot which was invaded and some plot which presumably is comparable, which was not invaded. And then how much species richness declined, presumably because of that invasion. But usually we don't know the history. Maybe that invaded plot was invaded because it was initially different in some way, some disturbance. We don't know the history. So that's our major problem now, at least with plants, is proper assessment of impact, because all those meta-analyses which have been published over the last 10 years or so are 90% based on this space for time substitution, not based on time series observations. So that's our big weakness.
Hi, I want to follow up on something that Ted touched on regarding ecosystem function. So I guess I'm just wondering whether in a system like the Delta that has already been so highly modified and one that is likely to be changed further as we move into the future, how much effort should we put into managing species? Or are there other things that we should be thinking about, like function or resilience or other metrics? And I'm not addressing this to any specific person, but are there some lessons that we've learned from other systems that could help us as we plan for the future?
I'll give one reaction to this. I mean, Peter's perspective is fish-based, and of course that makes sense. And the message that I'm getting from Peter is that the system will eventually adapt to and adjust to changing communities as a response to introducing new species and letting them succeed. But I don't know the extent to which a place that's as disturbed as the Delta can adapt to a five-fold reduction in primary production. So you're talking about ecosystem functions. I don't understand the capacity of an ecosystem to adapt to a five-fold reduction in primary production is a major shock. And then I talked about other functions, the balance between grazing and consumption, local grazing and consumption. Can a habitat produce beyond its capacity to consume and subsidize food resources somewhere else? So those are two examples of functions that we could be thinking about, including thinking about if we did model-based projections of in response to future scenarios. So production and what that means in terms of setting carrying capacity for ecosystems. Export, are you an exporting or importing system? What does connectivity between those two functional types mean? So absolutely, yes. I think when we're thinking about management and the future in response to invasive species and all these other drivers of change, it can't just be species-based or community-based. It has to also be process-based.
Yeah, I agree with Jim on this completely, because you just look at the way these systems are set up today. You have natives feeding on non-natives. You have food webs that are at all different levels are made up mixtures of native and non-native species, and it's very hard to predict what's going to happen to those in the long run. We generally assume they'll stay the way they are until there's some other major change takes place in the system, like widespread levee collapse, for example, in the Delta. I think those are themes that are worth investigating and trying to do some, as Jim mentioned, some real serious modeling, or even if it's just on the conceptual basis, what's likely to happen to these systems as time goes on? Are they, again, this relates to as you get more species in the systems, are they going to be more likely to persist through time, or is that just a temporary phenomenon? Things like this, I think, are important to understand.
I just want to follow up for a minute. Jim also mentioned, he was asking us what we sort of wanted out of this process today, or the process that we're embarking on. And so one of the things I think we're interested in hearing from you are lessons learned and success stories. Are there examples of other systems where, for example, there was more management thinking about function rather than species, and can we learn from those systems about what might be appropriate to apply to the Delta system?
That's why I use Peter Creek as an example all the time, because it's one place I can say the major function we started with was to change the flow regime. First of all, and part of that was just getting water in the creek, so it became a living stream as opposed to being something that dried up periodically. But then developing a flow regime that sort of mimicked what the original flow regime had been in the creek, but at a much smaller level. And the system responded accordingly. It was, matter of fact, it responded sort of as we expected to, which surprised the heck out of me. It helps. It's hard to find good examples. That's what I guess what I'm saying.
I mean, in general, people have not looked at the ecosystem function consequences of invasion. That's been a problem. It's difficult to know how functions and sometimes services have changed specifically with response to an invasion. And so that's not often been a metric people have looked at. I think with this group moving forward, I think the adaptive management or the experimental management, which is sort of in front of this group and others working in the Delta, is the opportunity to conduct restoration activities of different kinds, whether it's increasing, connectivity of duck club ponds, whether it's, sort of creating, say, shallow seasonal habitat that actually dries out, so, you don't have them full of invasive warm water fishes, and that provides you the opportunity to say, well, at the end of this restoration, do we get increased primary production, secondary production? Do we have, trophic structures that have, a greater proportion of consumers relative to primary and secondary consumers? Are there more efficient birds and charismatic things that we're looking for? Are the endangered and threatened species doing better or not? We could probably list some things that we would like to see, and yes, it's a value system, but I think we could probably agree on what some of those are. So I think what we need to do is undertake the restoration, many of those are happening, but really have a much broader palette of metrics and success measures more than what we have so far, which, you know, as many people know, restoration as well. We planted some plants, we look at them for 3 or 5 years, and yes, they're still there, and we declare it a success. I mean, we need to go way beyond that, so.
Of course, recognizing that every ecosystem is unique. An example I might propose is the Chesapeake Bay, where they've removed Nutria from that ecosystem. They've found by removing that pressure, the wetlands have restored themselves naturally without, you know, intensive necessarily restoration efforts. So alleviating a stressor such as an invasive species. And Nutria are unique. They're really, their impact is very substantial in a way that some other species is not so discrete and significant. So I note that that's a special situation, but maybe it illustrates the opportunity.
Usually we don't have problems to prioritize predators or large herbivores, introduce herbivores or predators as targets for control. But then really problem is with plants. So at Santa Cruz Island here in California, that's an interesting story. They had cows there, and they took them away, which was correct, but it turned out that Pheniculum vulgare, fennel, was biologically controlled by those cows. So then the whole Central Valley on Santa Cruz Island was suddenly filled with compact monoculture of fennel. Well, the decision was made to do aerial spraying with herbicides as the only option for such a scale. We fortunately left also some controls which were not sprayed, and then what turned out was that what was sprayed, we ended with kind of annual European grassland there with annual grasses and yellow star thistle, while controls which were not sprayed, we've noticed that there were native woody species there, which were introduced by birds because birds were perching on fennel. That provided structure for birds to perch and bring some seeds of native woody species there. Besides, probably even wind dispersed species like baccharis were trapped by fennel more than by short grasses. So sometimes doing nothing is even better than trying to do such drastic controls. It's just sort of.
Those are the things you recognize in retrospect.
Yeah, well, we are learning that usually in retrospect, but it still could help us to think about other similar cases.
I guess the question is whether there is enough information, enough science available now that we could use Jim's approach and begin to develop the models that will allow us to identify these kinds of interactions in prospect. Even though it's coarse and even though it's based upon assumptions, the advantage of models is that if you're really thoughtful about it and honest about it, you know what your assumptions are. And the assumptions are therefore amenable to being tested as well. And that's often not the case with an experiment, particularly an experiment that is an inadvertent experiment, as you described. I'd like to come back to a point Jim raised at the beginning, which is sort of, what are you guys doing? And we responded that what we wanted to do was to provide some information, some guidance to the people who are charged with making decisions and undertaking the action in the field about what the science says about this general area that would be useful to them. I'd like to come back to Martha, who deals with this kind of perspective, and ask you, what do you see that we could do that would be valuable from your perspective?
Well, I think a useful question is going to be a narrow question, because the question of what should we do is so open and so broad and has so many possible answers that I think really honing down that question would be helpful in getting a meaningful response. And a meaningful response that leads to some positive outcomes.
So one step that we might take in our review process would be instead of, or not in addition to conducting some interviews with people who deal with these kinds of problems in the scientific community, is to deal with people who are confronted by these problems in the management decision and policy-making arenas, and ask them this question: what would be useful to you? Where would all this stuff hit the ground versus just be shelf art?
And I think also to complement that is bringing with you what is your desired outcome in terms of ecosystem outcome. To connect those two of what's missing, but where do you want to go? Where do you want to be?
Yeah, I'm not sure that we know where we want to be.
Predictability.
Yeah, predictability.
So by predictability, you mean stabilizing the systems as they are today?
You can predict dynamics.
I'm sorry?
You can predict dynamics.
Yeah.
No, I don't think so. Our job is not to manage the delta. Our job is to assess the ability of the science to help those who do manage. And I like the way that Jim put it first, where he said, what would success look like?
Yeah.
And I don't know what each of you would say, but I think success in our review would be able to say, this is what the science tells us, and this is where there isn't enough science. It's not about what we want to happen. That's somebody else's job.
But do you appreciate how broad of a question
Yes.
that really is?
Yes, yes, I do.
And so, from my perspective, I don't have an answer for what more we need to know or what the state of the science is.
And I think that's a very good answer, because we don't either.
Yeah, versus a very discrete question on a certain facet.
I think, sort of John's point was a good one, and I think Martha would probably agree. I think there needs to be more direct conversations with managers to ask them specifically what information they would like to have with their decision-making. I mean, it's something for us to say, well, we kind of identify where the gaps are, but we're not using that information to make decisions. So I think it's important to, if you will, survey managers who deal with issues like this, or, the broader management community, to say, well, what is missing? What sort of information do you need? I mean, I think that's how we should phrase this.
Yeah, Nick.
And I guess my frustration is that if managers and policymakers have unrealistic goals, given the the ability of science in a very uncertain world, that loop doesn't get us anywhere either. So it's really kind of connecting the two and assessing where we are and what we can do and passing that information along. But it may be just changing the story from, eradicate to eradicate or reconcile, or maybe eradicate or reconcile is not the story. It's, it's really this, how do we think of this dynamic? How do we think of ecological futuration? How do we not only know what our base needs to be, but how do we aim between the scenarios so that we might come out with something? And, and that's just changing how we think about it.
Steve?
Yeah, I think it would be interesting to ask managers, simple question is, whatever your management decision is, whether it has to do with regulating water flows or restoration or dealing with endangered species, do you consider new invaders in any of your decisions as you move forward? Is that an issue? And my guess is probably they would say no in most cases. And I guess the second part of that is that we would have to answer is, should they be considering that? Should they be considering, A, that the environment's changing, and B, that the species composition is going to change because of new invaders? And then what science they would need to move forward to make predictions that would help them make informed decisions. So.
Yeah, Peter.
It's very interesting because to some extent we'll have no choice. The models, the climate change models for temperature, for example, for the Delta suggest there's going to be no habitat left for Delta smelt within the next 25 years or so. So even if we could restore them somehow, they'd have no place to go. So that right away, you're thinking those things are happening. You're eliminating some of the species that are out there now, and making, essentially creating a system that's better for the non-native species. So I guess a certain amount of this is how much you regard as inevitable and how much do you fight it. Right now we're fighting with big bucks to try to keep the Delta smelt going. And at the same time, it's almost inevitable that the non-native species are going to increase in abundance and numbers, unless these measures that the State Water Resources Control Board is talking about increasing flows to 40% of the historic yield of the historic flows of the stream. That makes a difference, which I doubt that it will. So this is these are the systems or situations we're facing. There's a certain amount of reality that's sort of like a bulldozer. It's coming, and it's going to be hard to stop it with climate change, especially with temperature increases. But still, we have some choices perhaps we can make in terms of how we manipulate the habitat and so forth, and whether or not we make it better or worse for the remaining native species or for desirable non-natives.
Jim?
Yeah, kind of a broad context comment about where we are right now. One of the co-equal goals of the state of California with respect to the Delta is to protect, restore, and enhance it. And we in the scientific community are asked repeatedly, and you all are asked, okay, well, what does that mean? How do you do that? How do you protect? How do you restore? How do you enhance? And I think maybe the single biggest roadblock to us being able to give a satisfactory answer to that question is that we haven't figured out a way to answer the question, okay, we're managing water, we've altered landscapes, we're enriching with nutrients, there are toxic contaminants, there are non-native species, which ones should we tackle first? Which are the most important? And I think that's the broad context for the invasive species issue, and I think it relates to the question that you just asked, Steve. Are managers thinking about invasive species? If there is a way that we could prioritize these stressors, I think that might be the single most useful thing that we could do. And, you know, one of the possibilities is that in terms of protecting, restoring, and enhancing the Delta, it could be that invasive species aren't that important.
Yeah.
Or it could be they're at the top of the list. Wouldn't it be nice if we could at least order of magnitude answer that question? But in terms of science needs, to me, that's science need number one.
Dick?
Yeah, excuse me for laughing, Jim, but our outgoing chair of the Delta Stewardship Council this morning, in his reminiscences, apologized for asking for a prioritized list of stressors 8 years ago. So we did not give him a prioritized list.
But it's the source of frustration and difficulty that we all face.
Steve?
Oh, no.
Well, we probably need to wind this up. Do you have any parting shots for us?
Go home and eat some Nutria.
In the words of a famous Californian, we'll be back.
Yeah.
We will, as we progress, we will be calling upon you to provide some additional insights, particularly as we figure out what the hell we're doing.
Well, I think to come back just to Jim's point, we can prioritize the list of stressors. I mean, that's a Herculean effort to start with. But then we have to step back and say, which of those stressors can we do anything about? We're not going to be able to do anything about increased temperatures, that's period. Well, unless we can get the government back to the table. So I think that we need to say, well, are there some cost-effective ways of at least addressing a few of these? And as we threw out, perhaps we can't manage things in the Delta, but we might be able to prevent new things from coming in with a little bit of effort. So I think whether or not we have an explicit prioritization, we know that many of these things are important. Are there any of these that we can inexpensively do something about? That's sort of the other approach to this.
The key word there is inexpensively.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, well, thank you very much. You've been very insightful, thoughtful, very tolerant of us. We appreciate it.
Yes, thank you. I guess our meeting then is adjourned for the day.